Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seir, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War. That is right, the final season, and in fact, the beginning of the final part of the final season. This is Back to the Mud, episode 19 of Dungeons & Dragons with the Infinity and Beyond crew, the final season of Eberron. The season is called Flames of War. This is Oracle of War, and this part, as I said, is called Back to the Mud. I am very excited for this, very excited for the next few sessions as we wrap up this epic campaign, and boy, has it been epic. with the Infinity and Beyond crew. It's going to be amazing. Before I get there, though, just a couple of notes, ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. I should mention, too, please subscribe to me over on YouTube. It's free for you to do that, but it really helps us out and gives us extra content, or gives you extra content, I should say. So please consider doing that, jumping over there and watching us on YouTube as well. Thanks for those who are watching over there already. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Please follow me on my microblogging platform of choice. And again, the website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. You can get cool stuff for yourself, swag for the channel, swag from the channel for yourself, and also support the channel at the same time. The Patreon is called !ArvTreon. That allows you to get and be part of the Patreon, which supports the channel. You can get some cool, unique stuff there, including character backgrounds and epic poems written about you and critiques of your writing and stuff like that. Also gives you access to the Arvanauts Patreon video newsletter. That's a Patreon exclusive. I'm going to be making some changes and updates to the Patreon, but would really love to see people get on board with that. We're trying to get that back into triple digits, and it really does help us out. So again, !ArvTreon for that. Subbing to the channel is always appreciated. You get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and also inspirations to help our players too. On the publishing front, !Icarus is my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Excuse me. Easy for me to say. Library is Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Harry Mudd. Yeah, I wouldn't put Harry Mudd anywhere near there. Harry Mudd. Harry Fencourt, right? Harvey Fencourt Mudd, I think might be what it is. Yeah. Let's see. Icarus, I said that. Library is my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade. That's my Greyshade IP. Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, the award-winning, critically acclaimed trilogy from Athos Arts. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade, the Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic audiobooks, all available now at that link as well. And you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, coming to you very soon, we swear, from Alligator Alley Entertainment, brought to you by the amazing Brandon O'Brien. Harcourt Fenton Mudd, that's right. Harcourt, I forgot. I knew there was something. I'm like, Fencourt? Harcourt Fenton Mudd, that's right. So anyway, Greyshade for all of that. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now for the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And send the message we'll do so for others in that situation in the future. Again, Eberron Oracle of War happening today. I will then be back on Tuesday with the gamebook illustration stream of the month with my good friend Tari Tunes as we try to probably finish up, I would think, or come close Into the Dark, which we've been doing over the last few sessions. Then I'll be over on GOG Comms channel, probably playing Evoland 2, although there is a world in which we might play another game, depends if it's released, but I can't announce that yet until I have more details, so we will see about that. And then we will move on from there. I do want to mention as well that I have got an event coming up. You all know about the poetry event, which got rescheduled. But I also have this event, which is the Gen AI event. This is my talk that I am doing with Ed Zitron, who is a tech journalist. And the name of the talk is Ethics, Economy, and Education in the Age of Big Promises. It's coming up this Monday, the day after tomorrow, from 2 to 3 p.m. Eastern. If anyone is in the New York City area, it's free and open to the public, but you do need to RSVP at that QR code link. I don't know if it's going to be live streamed. There's a possibility it might be. It won't be on the Twitch channel. It might be live streamed through the university channels. I don't know that yet. But in any case, if you want to see it for sure, coming to see me with Ed would be the best way to do it. And of course, those of you who have followed this channel will know that it's not going to be very positive in terms of what it has to say about Gen AI. So just noting that. And then the Poetic Imagination event that was canceled because of the disastrous weather a couple weeks ago has been rescheduled to March 23rd. So 2 weeks from this coming Monday, Monday, March 9th is the Gen AI event. And then 2 weeks later, we will have the rescheduled event with CSE Cooney and Ali Trotta and Antoinette Brimbell will be happening after that. So I'm excited for that, and I'm excited for all of you. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to turn on that. I'm going to say hello to everybody. And having done all of that, I am now going to unmute myself so the folks know we're ready to go. I'm going to apologize for anyone I interrupted because I couldn't hear them. Then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal to you the crew. We are here. They are ready to go. They don't look like they're in the mud yet, but, you know, this is called Back to the Mud. So I'm sure there may be a point at which, you know, dirt may ensue. There may be the whole thing is basically going to be them fighting Sandman from you know, the Spider-Man universe. That's what the whole thing will be, and it's a crossover.
No crossing the streams, sir.
I figured before we finish, why not have Marvel just do the takedown all at once? You know,
I mean, if they were buying your stream, or you know, then we can talk.
That's true, actually. Yeah, that's true. Like, I just have a big event today in our Mickey Mouse Dungeons and Dragons event. We, you know.
I would totally do it.
Listen, I honestly, if they were like, look, you can do everything you want. We just want you to run one campaign involving Mickey Mouse, and for that, here, have $1 million out of our petty cash drawer. I'd be like, sign me up. And then
I can really say, how do I get out of this Mickey Mouse outfit? Exactly.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Exactly.
I will absolutely sign on with that on the condition that every time that Tantan deploys Spanner, he almost immediately dies, and everyone hears Tantan say, fuck. And
I thought you were going to say that you changed Spanner into a mechanical good mouse known as Mickey Mouse. And I was like, listen, I don't want to.
I thought you were saying Spanner went and immediately attacked Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. Oh, that. Well, yeah. I mean, you know. Oh no! I just had these things.
That's bringing up visions of Mr. Bill. Ooh.
Do you remember
or you would wear the mascot on
yes.
outfit on camera?
Right. Do any of you remember the game? I think it was Epic Mickey. It was basically where Mickey has this paintbrush. And he like it was this crossover thing, I think, with the guy who developed Deus Ex, if I'm not mistaken. And it had big problems, but it was this weird crossover game that only this guy, whose name I now can't remember, of course, could do. Anyway, but where like it's the dark side of Mickey, you know, that sort of thing. Anyway, it was I can't remember the name of it though. I think it was called Epic Mickey, I think. Anyway, regardless, that is way off the point. What is not off the point is this crew. And I will start with the gentleman at the bottom left who talked about being on board as long as, you know, F-bombs and Spanner being destroyed are part of this mix, you know, more or less.
Right. I can go with will shit or whatever. Well, I can rebuild him. That's what it is.
That's the key.
I'll make a new one. Yes, that's what it is.
How are you doing, Tren? Tren Sparks, Tren, are you doing? How's life in the universe with you? And whom are you playing this evening?
Is whom correct in that?
You are playing him. I believe that is correct, actually.
I believe it is too.
I believe I've got
really.
That.
I
believe
whom.
Nothing.
Good.
I'm not getting paid to actually figure that out.
Right. See, I've always thought that whom is when you don't actually know who it could be, that it's this amorphous thing, and who is when you have a defined list of people that you could choose from.
It's generally more of an object-subject thing, though, where it's like I'm speaking. The way to think of it is if you say I'm speaking to him, that is what you would replace with whom. So I'm speaking to whom? Whom do I have the honor of speaking to? That sort of thing, right? I'm speaking to him. So in a way, what you're saying is sort of true, but only in the sense that I know that I'm speaking to him, so therefore that means I'm speaking to whom? That person. But anyway, it's regardless. It's
I'm Trent Sparks. I'm
Hi, Elvis.
I'm a person who talks for a living. I guess. So that's technically true.
Yeah, what Trippin said. Whom is the object of a sentence or clause? Who is the subject? Yeah, that's right. Subject, object. I said that.
So listen, object, keep talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Right. Good call. This is why I need a boss. So there was, I'm playing this guy, Mia Tantan Tagashot to Ganeth of the House of Ganeth. He is a battlesmith artificer who had, past tense, a mechano good boy, and he's now level 19, in which he gains nothing. Well, that's not true. He gains one final 5th level spell slot, and that's it, and some hit points, and that's it.
Wait! You get a feat or something?
No, I brought 2 of my attributes up by 1.
Okay. Well,
okay. What are they at now?
I don't know, something between strength and charisma. I don't remember. No, it was strength and charisma. That's what it was. Yeah. So
Okay. So yeah, because I should have mentioned that these folks are now level 19. No, no, no,
and
no, 19.
apparently we'll never see level 20 where I get one of my
Yeah.
greatest,
If you survive, you will, and then there'll be maybe some.
and then we get to
high-level-
play nothing.
Well, we listen, Palace of the Red Pasha. We came back to higher level people.
Yeah, I get one of my really cool things at 22. So if that's the reward for surviving,
Anyway,
well, then we just we could just take over Thune or one of the other countries. We're powerful enough then. So let's launch a coup.
That would not be good. I would not.
no.
But
Oh, well.
you get to
No.
rule as they should be ruled. I am sure we can talk you into it.
I'm pretty sure you couldn't.
Oh,
Not
man.
even with the offer of starting a theocracy around the faith of Eberron.
That would be wrong.
You call yourself a cleric.
The place.
So are we rolling right as we're going through?
Yes, why not do
Thing?
that?
Okay,
let's
all
do
right.
that. Let's see what we're at for hit points.
Yeah, sure. As soon as I get my mouse to work. That is not. I think I just closed my character sheet. Damn it.
Well, sorry, you get
That's
no
a
extra.
sign.
points.
I am starting to hate this mouse. I mean, I know it's not the mouse's fault
Starting to.
Why
we're-
is the mouse bad? Is it a new mouse? Is it a weird mouse?
because I'm gonna not get into Disney stuff with this.
No.
I was like, wow, you know.
Right. No, it's I think it's probably these gloves and the fact that the mouse is too small, because it does it even if I'm not wearing the gloves. I will wind up either hitting the buttons on the right side of the left side of button 1, or the buttons on the left or the other side. Either way, I will click buttons I don't mean to because the mouse is too small.
Oh, got it. Understand.
Mhm.
I think. Okay. So right. Where is the thing that I'm looking for? Hit dice. That's what I'm looking for. Dink, because I'm rolling. 7 new hit points,
Hey,
which
so it's 11.
means it's a total of 11. Yeah.
So that means you have 155. Of course, at the moment you have 42, but which is the answer
Yeah.
to everything. But you'll be happy to know that pretty soon you're going to basically start this up back at full. So we might as well just say that because you do have the benefit of a long rest. So 155 out of 155 hit points as you are level 19. You also have 1 hero point now, Tanton, by the way. I
Add one in here.
think you add one anyway. They don't stack in this case, sadly, but you do have one.
Sure. Right.
And Spanner is currently obliterated.
Yes.
So unfortunately.
Very obliterated.
Very,
Yeah.
very obliterated. But always a pleasure to have Trinithus. I'm excited to see what Tanton gets up to in this final portion of this epic campaign. So moving right along, that leads us up in easy course to one Marie Bilodeau, who is above and to the right slightly as you look on the screen. Marie, it's good to see you. I hope that all is going well. Have things started to warm up by you a little bit? Is there some is spring in the air theoretically for
There
you? and all that?
is. I woke up this morning and it was a very strange feeling because I slept in a bit so it was light by the time I got up, and I opened the curtains, and when I looked down at the path, I mean, I could see the path, which is not totally unusual, but there's usually a lot of ice and snow, but I could see this like band of like yellowish, weird, maybe at one point green stuff known as grass, just like peeking from outside of the snow. And then it rained today, like a lot, which is not a great time because then the snow starts to melt, the temperature's too high, everything starts to flood, the storm drains are still clogged, and it's just like flooding everywhere, which is great. But it started to rain and it got up to like 14 degrees Celsius, whatever that is in Fahrenheit, which is amazing. And yeah, so we had a really good
hotter
day.
than me right now.
Nice, eh? And now it's dropping again overnight. Everything's gonna freeze. Everybody's gonna fall on their asses. It's gonna be great. But this is the fun part in Ottawa where everybody's just in denial. We're tired of spring. So like you see people wearing like t-shirts outside. Some others still have their giant coats on, and some people have like sandals on. Other people have their winter boots. It's like nobody can decide what the season is anymore. That's where we're at in Ottawa. So, but we're getting a snowstorm later this week. So the last kick at the bucket. Winter winter always takes one last one.
One
so.
last swing. All right. Well, in the meantime, I'm glad you
last
had
swing.
slightly warmer weather for a
Yeah.
time.
It's good.
When not fighting the changeable weather of Ottawa, whom are you playing? I did it again. Who are you playing? I'm just gonna say who, just generically now. Who are you playing?
Who are you playing?
Who are
Yes.
you playing in our session tonight?
I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a College of Sword bard. I like to stab. I like to sing. I like to hang out with my sister, played by Jen, and all of my friends. I don't want to die. I'm hoping that I get to survive the end of this, but if not, we'll see. It's all good. It's for a heroic reason. Now, at level 19, I get a feat as well.
Okay.
So I have, oh, I think I get an extra spell too. I'll check on that. No, I get a spell slot, not an extra spell. I'm okay. I'm good. I get an extra spell slot.
This is
level
flourish
9, so
of
that...
insta-kill that you have, right? You just
Yeah.
flourish and just instantly things
Flourish of
die.
instant Lord of Blades kill.
Yeah.
It's very specific,
Yeah.
but very effective.
Yeah.
No, I don't have to roll, obviously. It's instant
No, you
kill.
just
It's
flourish
done.
and just
Yeah, it's done. There
Yeah.
we go.
Yeah, no,
So
for
I'll go
sure.
home, level 20.
Yeah.
So I have taken, Mérimée has taken some time to like think about the entirety of the journey with the King Citadel over the past, 18 levels, and has realized that she's proud of who she is as a person, but perhaps she is weak in falling for some certain types of traps which ensnare her mind. And since she she's like
What are you
hit her
talking about? I don't know what you mean.
she's hit her friends. She spent the whole last 2 battles frightened and could not shake free of it. So she has, meditated with the Kori, and she has taken on the feat of resilience. Her wisdom attribute went up by 1 point, which brought up to the next level. And also she's now proficient in wisdom saving throws.
Because you already had advantage, though, didn't you, on these wisdom saving
No, I
throws?
get advantage on wisdom throws, Greg. I've
So,
always had
Advantage plus also proficient plus
Yes!
also wisdom boost, so that
Yes. Now I get +10 and maybe +10 and then advantage, and maybe, just maybe, I will succeed one of them in this campaign yet. We'll see, though.
Mermaid's
We'll
just
see.
gonna walk around with a boombox blasting self-help tapes. You can do it. Have the strength of your convictions. No one tells you who you want to be. No.
Be your own person.
Yeah, be your own person. Don't let them rule you. Don't let them tell you what to do. I
She's
love
just like giving that little like telepathic stream to all of the King's Citadel while they're walking. It's just this little whisper of self-help in the back of your house.
I can't wait
It's
to have
good.
you go into a part of the gray where it's like, what the strange thing about this place is that no one can charm anyone ever. This is completely immune to all charm, and
Yeah, but if any of you tried, you couldn't.
yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness. Well, it seems like a reasonable feat to have. Now, what about the hit
Right.
points? Are you, as Tren has done, and in accordance with the prophecy, rolling for hit points?
Now, I'm sure that you remember, as you have often called me a coward, that I usually choose to go for the average because that is what wise people who now have 210 hit points do.
Right.
But as I have 210 hit points, and this may in fact be the last playable level that we reach in this campaign, I am going to summon the spirit of Eberron and all of my ancestors who would love D&D, and I'm going to roll.
Let's
And then
go.
I will either feel like, oh shoot, I could have a lot more hit points, or wow, I'm so vindicated in my past decisions. Either way, I win.
It's victory either way.
Yeah.
210 hit points that you're starting from. Okay. All right. Let's see it.
How do I roll for hit points?
Doesn't even know how.
You're-
Where-
How?
Did you take toughness?
I do, so I have +2.
So
Plus your constitution.
right in the middle of your thing in your character sheet, you see where it says hit dice. It should be like 19. Click on the word hit dice and it'll do it all.
It will do it all.
Mhm.
Let's watch.
It dies. Okay. So wait, all of this time I should have added my constitution. I would have had a lot more hit points because I've only been adding 2 for my constitution.
No, we had this discussion. I think you went back and redid it.
Marie, you and I have been doing the same. We both got 9 every level, and that counts for toughness and con and all that stuff.
Oh, is it 9? Oh, do you do 4 with the half points? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You're right. My
Right.
bad.
You were up to par because we happened to have the exact same kind of run. So
Okay.
now
wait,
you're leaving me to roll dice because you suffered to come to GM peer pressure. So
Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this like No, I'm not suffering from GM peer
She
pressure.
can't. She has
I
wisdom
am
saving throw advantage. She's her own person. No
And
one
she
can
is
tell her what to
fearless.
do. Yeah.
I am
Yeah.
fearless,
Yeah.
and I am going to get really good on this hit dice. Watch this.
Ah,
That's not bad.
see,
Not bad.
that's not bad. That's
The-
actually above the average, in fact.
There you go. So I make like a whole point or
So,
two. So plus the 2, right?
Yeah, D8 plus 3, 9, but then so
Plus the
what's
2
your
for
right?
toughness.
So 11.
So 11.
So
Yep.
so I'm down to 221.
221, and again, you have had a chance to rest, so you're at maximum hit points, 221 hit points. You also do have now 1 hero point, so that is now restored.
Oh, thank you.
My pleasure. So there you go, 221, 1 hero point. That's what I like to see, and as we have proven, the random way is the true way. This is the way.
This is the way.
This is the way.
But thank you, Marie. I'm excited
I
to
have
see what
listen.
Merime gets up to coming up in this session, where
That
there will
makes
not
2
be
of us.
there will not be constant. Everything is just going to be intelligence saves now. God damn it!
I swear, if you do not make me make a saving throw, I am coming over there, and I know where you live, so
Oh
do
my
not
God, it's
tempt
true.
me.
It's true. It's true. You know where I live. I will do what I can.
I'll fail.
But always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Excited to
Thank
see
you.
what Merime gets up to. Also a pleasure to have Mr. Brandon O'Brien with us. Brandon is back and ready to go, fired up for Rowan and all good things. Now, the other day, Brandon was having fun while we were describing all the issues that we were having by pointing out that the warm weather where Brandon lives does not do this stuff that happens to us. And so and so it just occurred to me that there are times where hot weather can do worse things than cold weather. But at the moment, it certainly does feel as if Trinidad is winning this war of what weather actually makes sense. So I don't know if you want to gloat before talking a little bit about the media thing and then your character or not, but you may feel free to do so if you wish, Brandon.
Noted.
Since, your weather is better than ours, generally at the moment, is what I'm saying.
So I open with saying that I hope that you and everyone that you care about is safe. I heard that you had some issues with some of your pipes. As someone who has literally witnessed a pipe bursting, I know that that part sucks, and I know that it sucks more when it's frozen, when there are literally chunks of slush that are falling out of your pipes as a result. With that being said, haha, sun doesn't do that to buildings. I am glad to hear that you have been spared the worst of said blizzard. If I'm being perfectly honest, the thing that sucks the most is that the blizzard canceled your poetry. Well, rescheduled your poetry event.
But yes.
Because I was very much looking forward to that live stream if you were gonna have it live streamed. But that means that I get to wait until it actually happens. So I hope that happens soon. My random media thing for this weekend is a reminder again, which I've been mentioning in my newsletter recently as well, that if you have not been watching Kamen Rider Zets, you should, because not only is it very good, but we are literally at the halfway mark right now, where a lot of very cool things happen, and then a very weird thing happens, and now, starting from tonight's episode 25, we are in chapter 2. So there is no better moment than right now to decide, well, the 48 episodes of a show is actually a lot for me, even if an episode is 30 minutes. Well, you can watch the first 24 and treat it in your head as if it is one season of American primetime network television instead. It is actually very good. It is actually very fun. I'm enjoying it a lot. I think I accidentally bullied Jennifer into actually watching the first episode. So I'm looking forward to hearing Jennifer's thoughts about it very soon, because I think that it is going very interestingly right now. But yes, hello everyone. I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and tonight I will be playing Rowan Shallow, who can't get any softer in the middle compared to all of his peers than at this moment. So we'll see what that HP roll looks like in a moment. But 19 is actually kind of fun for a sorcerer, because I get ability score improvement, which I've decided to take a feat, and I've decided to take Spell Sniper, even though I only have presently 3 spells that are spell attacks. Um, but I am I get another 6th level spell slot, at which point I look back at all of my spells and realize, wait, I'm supposed to have 15 spells. Why does the sheet only have 14? So between that and Sorcerer's Versatility giving me the ability to switch some cantrips around as well, I have decided to look back at all of the spells that I presently have, and
Oh,
I
boy.
now have Crown of Stars, which is another opportunity for me to shoot things at people, and another spell that I am not going to mention to the GM, so the GM can't shaft me when I use it.
But I know it.
Does it rhyme with dish?
No, it does not.
Okay.
I would never take wish. Rowan Shallow knows better than to trust the universe
Okay, good.
with his will.
I have wish.
Um,
Just throwing it
Yeah,
out there.
Mhm.
it's okay. I am braced for.
I think if
impacts.
2 people cast, I think if 2 people cast wish, that's how you like detonate an atom bomb. So we're not gonna do that.
Ah,
I
But
mean, if
yes.
it comes down to it, you know.
right?
So the only thing left to do is to do my hit die roll, and as previously noted, I can't get any weaker. So I am going to dare to roll.
Dare to roll.
Ooh.
Because if I die at this chapter, at least I'll find some narratively interesting way to do so.
That's good positive.
5.
5. All right. So we have D6
So that
plus
puts
2.
me at
So
107.
exactly average. Yep. So you're now up at 107, and you're of course full up. You were down to 10 points, but you're now up at 107.
Mhm.
You still have your 1 hero point. I want to point out everyone is safely into triple digits on the hit point side, so all good stuff. It's gonna be really
Oh.
fun when we get to the Dragonlance campaign, and where everyone's like, "I have 10 hit points." It's gonna be
gee.
a really interesting, But then of course you're not getting hit by gargantuan dragons at level 1. Let's hope so.
Are you sure it is
regardless.
Dragonlance?
I mean, it's a good point. But
You
anyway,
wake up, Red Dragon. Damn it.
107 out of 107 with a single hero point. Good stuff, Ren. I am excited to see what Rowan gets up to in this adventure. Moving right along, we have, of course, Jennifer Brozek is with us, and it's good to see you, Jen. I know you've been talking about this on Blue Sky and elsewhere, but you also have fallen prey to the weather causes things to happen in houses. I feel the pain. I hope everything is going vaguely okay. I heard a little bit about it in the green room, but I hope everything's going
It
vaguely
actually had
okay.
nothing to do with the weather.
It wasn't. It just happened.
The insurance term is sudden catastrophic waterline break.
Yes, that's what I've also heard. But in this case, it was...
In my kitchen, which I no longer have, from the dishwasher, which spent because it's so stupid. By the way, I'm having my own personal summer here right now, so just Jesus Christ, perimenopause sucks. The temperature is like 12 Celsius, 54 degrees, but it's just, and I have daffodils, but next week we're supposed to get 3 feet of snow in the mountains. Our snowpack is like at 40%. It's terrible, but next week we're supposed to have snow again. So I'll be able to tell you guys about it next week because we're actually playing on the 14th
Yes,
too.
indeed.
But my dishwasher water line had just broke. And because we had 2 sets of laminate, because we were lazy when we put the second set of laminate on, we didn't take down the first. And then we put pads on the floor so that it would be comfortable to stand on. It took 2 days. Day 1, I was just like, why is there water on the floor? My husband is being messy again. Damn it. And the second day, I was like, why is there water on the floor? And I picked up the mat, and the mat had soaked, the water had soaked up through the mat, through 2 levels of laminate. So I called somebody because there's now a new rule in my house that is mysterious water is now an emergency until otherwise proven not, which has actually come in handy.
Yeah, wise words.
This week, actually. So yeah, my entire floor destroyed, all the way up the back wall to the window. Fortunately, it didn't actually get into the family room, but the the thing that I had fixed 2.5 years ago, the actual cesspit pit under my house, yeah, probably about 300 gallons of water down
Lovely.
through there. So I basically went down to the studs in my kitchen back in February. On Monday, I got a temp kitchen. On Wednesday, my husband's like, there is a puddle of water next to the refrigerator. This is now officially an emergency because I have said this. And he was so sad. So we immediately called and we're like, the refrigerator is now leaking and destroying part of the kitchen that wasn't destroyed, if you could believe it. And it turns out they nicked the water line going into the refrigerator when they took up the floor.
Oh,
So
geez.
another 3 days of fans and stuff, but it is rolled into the current insurance thing. And we now once again have a functional kitchen. We don't really have a kitchen. I mean, half of it, they packed everything. We literally had 2 spoons and 2 butter knives.
Yep.
I actually called the neighborhood and said, anybody got silverware we can borrow?
And hey, how loud are those fans, by the way? Those fans are ungodly, and they run for 4 freaking days straight. But like,
not only that, they're dehumidifiers that like dry.
Oh,
it's like
God.
living in freaking Utah.
Yep.
And in my bed for that week, I swear, I'm like, why does it feel like my bed is vibrating? Because there were 9 fans in my crawl space.
Yep.
And I didn't know that part. But we think we're at a spot. Of course, all this happened 5 weeks before my novel's due. So I have a novel due by the end of this month. John was kind enough to give me an extra couple of weeks because I requested it. Because otherwise I'd be insane. Okay, let's see. The daffodils have come up. They're about to be destroyed by the next week because, we're about to get snow again. I have, for those of you who are writers, an open call right now for Flash Fiction Online. I believe I think it's 10 cents a word, or maybe it's $100 a story, 500 to 1,000 words. The theme is tiny gods. These are blind submissions. Doesn't matter if it's your first story or your 1,000th. Write me a good story. Read the submission guidelines. And it closes March 31st. The other thing that closes March 31st is Hugo nominations.
Mm-hmm.
And this one's kind of important to me. This week, I am showing you what I am eligible for, which is short form editor. And this is something that involves several people in this call. Semi-prosing, best semi-prosing for Augment Magazine, with John and I and Kathleen Hardy on it, and Marie and Brandon have both been in the magazine. I will be putting up another awards eligibility post that includes a free ebook of one of the magazine issues. But next week I will also be doing a lot of recommendations of other people's stuff, because I believe it is important not only that you put yourself out there, that you tell other people
Yes,
what
totally
you have done and what you believe should be looked at. I mean, like I asked Brandon, of course I asked Brandon, I'm like, hey, what poems have you liked recently? And he sent me one, and I've been doing that to other people, and they've been sending me poems. So I'm like, okay, this one I really like, this one I didn't like. But so
I still owe you a larger pile of poems, by the way.
You do. And the last thing is, yes, I have watched Kamen Rider because it's my jam. Okay, Kamen Rider's not my jam. The theme around being basically a dream warrior, that's my jam. That is like one of my favorite pastiches. And I've watched the second episode now, and I have to tell you, the entire time I watched it I'm watching a live action cartoon.
Yes, sounds right.
Yeah, that's literally the energy.
The energy is such a live action cartoon.
Yeah.
Mm.
Especially when you meet the two cops and you realize their whole thing is one
Yeah.
person falling asleep and the other person hitting them so hard you can hear them from the other side of the street. It's like, yeah. It is fun
Also,
like
they're
that.
playing on the whole Mulder and Scully thing a little
Oh
bit.
yeah.
Yeah. So, but
Yes.
I am reserving judgment. Like, I will watch the 3rd episode.
Once you get past the tone, I want to know what you feel about the actual.
I actually really like the 1st episode. I am on the 2nd one. We'll see about the 3rd. So I am susceptible to people recommending things to me when I am avoiding my novel, even though I'm not actually avoiding.
I heard that.
Hey, I've got my executive editor and my dev editor in this call, so I will get you the novel when it gets there on 2 weeks' time.
Right.
Plus, I'm trying to figure out what to shoot with the Gauss rifle right now.
Right.
So who am I playing? I am playing Nisiana Di Gerasto, the halfling healer from the House of Healing.
And anything cool at level 19?
At level 19, I took a feat called Second Chance.
Okay.
Fortune favors you when someone tries to strike you. You gain the following benefits. It was an increase to one of my abilities. It didn't actually help one of the Dex, Con, or Charisma because all of them were at even. But when a creature you can see hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to force the creature to re-roll. Once you use this ability, you can't use it again until you roll initiative at the start of a combat or until you finish a long or short rest. So basically, I get a limited silvery barbs.
Yep, it's a one use only per fight.
You know, we're getting to that.
Silvery barbs. You know.
Yes. Yeah. The final thing I have to tell you is, last time we were playing, I was having a problem with something grabbing my screen and making it hard for me. Apparently, on your Twitch channel, and I'm not sure why, but when an ad pops up in the corner, it grabs control of my.
Wow, really?
And I don't know why. And so I get kind of stuck. And I have to wait for it to stop.
That's weird, because I don't have any control over the.
No, it just I have it in the corner, and so
yeah.
I'm currently keeping that window minimized and just popping it up once in a while to see what's being written.
But you could just be able to pop out. You could just pop out the well, I was gonna say you could just pop out chat, but then there are times I put things up on just stream on like OBS, so that wouldn't help for that.
I don't know. There's just something going on, and I'm sure it's a me problem and not a you problem. I'm just warning you that sometimes lately
that happens.
When it's inopportunity.
Could very well be. We have to make sure that everyone gets subscribed because then no one has to watch ads. That's how that works.
You are muted.
That is indeed how that works.
Yeah, that's how that works. Well, thank you for letting me know that. And I am. Oh wait, before we leave you behind though, to talk to John, we do have to do the hit point thing. So you were sitting at 10 out of 155. Are you in accordance with the prophecy, allowing Eberron to guide your path? That you do. I know. I'm just making sure. Yeah, see? 10 points. Look at that. So 165 out of 165. Another way to look at that is, what is that, an extra 50% Rowan? So 165 out of 165. And then 1 hero point. And that means we are good to go with that. Thank you, Jen. Looking forward to seeing what Nisiana gets up to. Last but certainly not least, we have John. John Helfrich is with us. Good to see you, John. How's everything going with you? So how's life in the universe in the great state of Wisconsin? And who are you playing, and what cool things have they gotten at level 19?
Well, I mean, honestly, I can't. I don't understand how you're just not busting with the potential news that of the reunion that's going to happen with your beloved Steelers. With McCarthy, Rodgers, the connection. Back one more time.
They just need to wake up and be like, "Look, boss, it's 2015 again. I can play that way again." God help me.
Isn't that where Patrick Duffy steps out of the shower and you find out it was all a
There
dream?
you
I mean, more or
go.
less.
There you
Yeah,
go.
more or less.
So
Right.
I am sure.
I already got
I am
crap about this from
sure.
Toya. Kristen Finley is a big Tennessee fan. So anyway, yes,
It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's
sure,
all
it'll be
fine.
fine.
Anyways, yeah. No, things here are good. It's actually warm here too. We hit like 50 yesterday and 49 today. So spring is springing.
Spring is
in
sprung.
Green Bay. Yeah. So we have no snow. It's all brown and bleh here. So spring actually starts growing things. It's a little, but I can't complain. So it's all good. And well, I shouldn't even say it because I'll have to knock on something to prevent my house is not having water issues, and I don't want it to have water issues. We spent quite a lot in our basement to avoid having water issues.
Yeah,
so
geez,
that was a
amen.
couple years ago, and that was an event. Anyways, so yes, I am playing Eberron, the Starforged Aegis, and at level 19, I get my last additional spirit dice, and I have 8 D12 to play with. Still not enough.
12.
But I'll be commenting to the guys who still did a really good job with this character. This archetype, I was really happy with it, especially combined with Warforged. I think is a great combo.
Mm-hmm.
I took a feat, much in the vein of Marie. I decided I want to improve my chance of making these damn dex checks. So my dexterity's gone from 12 to 13, and my dexterity save has gone from 1 to +7. So, and now, granted, folks, I still have the ring of evasion. So, but even so, I'm like, I don't want to rely on that so much. So
Especially because charges wise, like I think you use your ring of evasion. I'm trying to think if you're going to get that back because it's not technically a new day. So we'll see. You benefit from a long rest. But anyway, regardless, this was a good call to check it out.
Yeah, I think so too. It was that or Savage Attacker. And I'm like, no, I'm more defense. I'm a defensive guy. So that makes a big deal with my Shield Master.
Yep.
Trying to avoid the damage, yada, yada, yada. So,
how about hit points / Aegis now, since you were at 194? Well, 56 out of 194.
Right. I, again, will not succumb to any peer pressure, and I will take the average, which with my new constitution
Boo! Boo this man!
becomes 11 points off the bat. So my current hit points, I believe, are at 205. I've done that math right.
5.
Right? 1, 4, yeah. 4 plus 1, 5. Which puts my Aegis armor at 102. We round down, correct?
Yes. So 102 out of 102. And you have 1 hero point now at the beginning of this thing. I do want to point out that as we enter the clubhouse, as they say at the end of this hit point level gathering thing, Maramé is the winner with 221 hit points, standing next to the mighty. So when they talk about the tank, and Maramé's like, listen, all
those stupid ones I rolled earlier.
Yeah, but now we have reached them at this level, so I'm very excited for that. Worked out for nearly an hour today. Well, listen, Hilness, I'm glad that Hilness you've gotten yourself in shape and good condition, and I'm glad with everything that's involved. So congratulations, man. Seriously. Hit 179.4, 75 pounds lost for my official weigh-in day. That is amazing stuff.
Nice.
Hilness. So
Wow.
congratulations.
That's amazing.
Congratulations. It's really awesome. And I've been hearing about some of it back channel, so it's good to be able to publicly acknowledge it. Good stuff, Hilness. John, always a pleasure. I'm excited to see what Eberron gets up to today. And let's talk about what happened, chat, because boy, it was a bit of a doozy. If we head over to the map, you will see here that the crew is currently waiting, the King's Citadel, here in the gray. And they're specifically here on a place called the Glass Plateau, which is a rather terrifying area. It is the place where devastation most directly hit the people of Seer, based upon this cataclysm that occurred at the end of the last war. The party has been trying to deal with this, and almost forgot, I should have some music going on here. Give me Lonesome West. Let's go with that. Actually, let me do something different this time. Let's try some True West. Never mind Lonesome West, True West. So the party took the armies, basically, of the combined armies of the 5 nations to try to bring things home to the Lord of Blades. There was a massive battle back and forth between troops. It was a very sort of high-level meta thing of like moving things around a map and all that kind of stuff. But they were successfully able to defeat the Lord of Blades armies, but at some cost. Although they kept the Lord of Blades from overrunning the positions of the 5 armies and set them back in retreat, basically towards what we expect is going to be the Forge of Making, and specifically the Oracle of Bones. Although they did that, they did so at a great cost, because as it turns out, back in the command tent, there had been a great betrayal. The last vestige of the Emerald Claw, Erulin Karnak, someone that they really love, at least they think that they're dealing with Erulin Karnak or something like that. But the real name of this dragon that they were fighting was Gorafale, which had been hiding as Narsi. I want to make sure I get all those names correct, as this advanced archmage. But it turns out that the archmage Narsi was actually the dragon Gorafale, which was fighting on behalf of the Emerald Claw, betrayed the generals, killed a bunch of them, and also may have, we'll see, permanently killed Hilar and Hilar Brisal. And when the party got back, they had a massive battle against this ancient dragon, during which time a lot of massive and important and epic things happened, perhaps none more so than a wild magic surge that partially separated the dragon's skeleton from its body, something which I don't believe anyone's ever seen before or probably will ever see again. That's pretty much a one-off, I'm guessing. But in any case, they were able to defeat that dragon, and did so, but of course at the end of it all, were left with many of their troops having been devastated, although have still a very strong fighting force because of the actions that they took. So this was not a Pyrrhic victory. It was I forget what the term was, epic victory or whatever I used for it, in their challenge over the Lord of Blades armies. But of course, the other cost was the loss of those close to them, including one Hilar Brisal. At the beginning, I'm going to set up the time frame for this and sort of explain what's happening in just a minute. But I do want to talk about a couple of legacy events here. Do we have anyone with Argonth's Survivor as a legacy event?
Yeah, I believe so.
Hold on.
I think we all got that.
So
Yep.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Argonth survivors, familiar with Argonth layout, tactics, and defenses.
That will have some value a little bit later on in this final component of the campaign. Pyrrhic victory you do not have because you got the other victory. Did you get Secret of the Triune? This would have been from the Dragon Below, and it was related to something that may or may not have been discovered about the Oracle of War.
No.
Okay. The last one was Your Face is Known.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we got that one.
That may have some not so positive effects. We will see when we get there a little bit later on. So we will.
I'm pretty sure we already had that come back and bite us.
Yep, it's gonna bite you again at some point, but maybe not too much. I mean, we are talking about level 19 heroes. So
You can try to bite.
yes, exactly. So I want to set this up here, which is, this is just as a reminder for everybody in chat and also the party, which is that you'll have an opportunity to talk to each other and role play a few things out if you wish. However, I do want to let everyone know that in terms of the time frame, sorry, camera got off. In terms of the time frame, this is happening basically, the stuff that's happening is happening the next morning. So you will get the benefit of a long rest. That's basically what I gave you over the course of the evening. But the next morning is when this stuff happens because you have to press your advantage, and it's literally in the middle of this big, epic battle where you're pushing forward against the Lord of Blades. So you're not going to be able to like book it back to Salvation or see what's going on in Sharn or, any of those things. Like, you're here and you got to stay here one way or the other. That said, you do have a little bit of time, emphasis on little, to be able to do some stuff before the meeting with the surviving generals and so on. So with that said, I'm going to hand things back over to the players and ask them, as they stand here on the western side here of the Glass Plateau, what they would like to do before we get to that next step.
Win without lifting a finger.
No.
Then don't ask.
What would you like to do that is actually permissible that I will permit? How
I
about
have
that?
2 1,000-piece diamond gems
Okay.
Oh yeah.
to do 2 resurrections, one through Marimé, one through Nisiana.
Okay.
We have at least 2 generals and Halar to bring back. So the
And
question then,
I believe you said you weren't sure, by the way, if Halar wanted to come back.
Yeah.
I didn't actually have. Okay, so Marimé had some conversation with Halar and then said some things to me, but I'm gonna say, since Nisiana was very much into her thing, she didn't catch the whole part about the daughter.
No, I didn't say the whole part just because we got moving right away, not
Okay.
because she was keeping it, but
All right. Right now, Hilar has been one of our best allies, and if he's willing to come back, we still have work to do. Basically, if the generals left, I'm like, which one of these guys do you want to come back alive? Because 2 of them died. I have the ability to bring one of them back, and we're going to bring back our other ally.
So, okay, so we can then let's fold that in then with this conversation with the generals, because I will tell you that the Battle of the Broken Tower, which is what it's already being called among the surviving troops, was hard fought, and the Five Nations forces have pushed the Warforged army of the Blades across the Glass Plateau, closing in on the ruins of Making, and they have convened the surviving generals a meeting to discuss their next move. And of course, the Oracle of War has remained safe inside that tent. Remember that the Oracle of War was not actually destroyed or, like harmed in any way or whatever else by the dragon, thanks to a variety of factors, including the care that you folks took and the fact that you got back there fast enough to stop the dragon from doing anything else. So the Oracle of War remains in play, and also, as you pointed out previously, the Oracle of War was one of the only things that made it possible for you to, deal with what you had to deal with the army last time. So that's why the Oracle of War is there. So if you start, Nisiana, by asking this question, if you start by, bringing up to the meeting, who would you want to bring back? The ones that they would want to bring back would be probably the Dragonborn that was the older one, who's kind of like, well, that guy who was sort of highly respected as this, I don't know, it would be like, should we bring back Admiral Akbar? Like, of course you bring back Admiral Akbar if you had an opportunity to do that, right? Like, he is that kind of like well-respected person. They are, of course, they're in their mind, they would be like, oh, let's bring back only the generals. You making it very clear that it's only going to be, like, that's
You
one of
get
them, and the other
one.
one's, right? You get one. That is who they would say. Although,
Alarian has basically grabbed me by the ear and said, Halar has work to do. And I'm like, I did tell him that our job isn't done. But as I keep telling everyone, this is the dead person's choice.
I'm going to ask that I cast a spell on Halar. I want to take care. I can cast a spell, but I will.
Absolutely.
I want to meet him. We can role play that
Yeah.
part.
okay,
Greg,
and I
especially.
agree. I mean, the last thing I said to him when I brought Rowan and him back was, we have work to do. And if he chooses not to, that is his choice, and I will
Yeah,
feel
absolutely.
bad. But I think in this group, the needs of our group, which is keeping the rest of this all alive, I think Halar is a linchpin for us as well. So I will bring back the Dragonborn as requested. And Marie will have a conversation with Halar, and we'll see. I mean, the Dragonborn may be like, dude, I have seen war, I have done my bit. I'm a little bit more poetic about it when I say that.
one reminder, by the way, I did mention this at the end of last session. You are dealing, now this is divine, obviously, it's not sorceress magic, but still, you are doing this in the gray, which famously is not super stable when it comes to these things happening, right? So I'm not giving you that as an ominous, it'll never work. I just, I'm reminding you of that reality that you're in the gray
And I will
about this.
also mention that part because I'm aware of it. And unless we have, our ship isn't still around, is it? Because we can't get our ship above.
We didn't bring it into the gray.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can't like get above the gray.
Right.
So we are.
Are we where we are on the map? That's where we are on the map? Is that roughly correct?
well, where Rowan is closer. It's just because the size. If I move that
Okay.
where
so
Rowan
we're-
is about right. You're pretty close to the Forge of Making now, and so everyone else
But
I
we're-
just can't fit you all. But it's
But
basically
we're
where
deep
Rowan
in
is.
the far
Yes.
bottoms. We're pretty deep in the gray. Ugh.
Yeah, deep in the gray and pretty well into that glass plateau too.
So we may do this thing and none of it works. Or we resurrect multiple people accidentally.
I feel like necromantic magic might have some chance of working because so far Karnak has made a lot of use of it, right?
Mhm.
So I feel like necromantic magic might work in the gray, but I'm not sure if it would work the way we want it to. Another thing to keep in mind too is that even if we do bring them back now, it's not like Hellar wouldn't be able to join us into battle or anything because they're going to be quite weakened for a bit. But I mean, we can always try. It's not like if there's a limit, if it doesn't work here, and if we still have a part of that person, we could try it outside the gray later too, right? Like it's not like a one and done typically. On a
Out of
person.
character, don't believe that I won't take a piece of Halar with me. Out of character. Just put it.
I think you have that. You have a piece of Hilar already, right? I believe you got that from because it was buried underneath a gargantuan dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I do. I will give one of the 1,000 piece GP diamonds to
Okay.
Marie.
Okay.
And I'll take the piece of Halar. If we're gonna try it, I mean, unless somebody's really thinking we shouldn't try it now in the gray.
I'm thinking of something else.
Okay.
I don't know if I should. I don't know if it's going to help.
You want to fly above the gray, holding us?
No, although that's not a technically bad idea. I'm wondering if I activated my cube of force with side 5, preventing pretty much anything from getting into it. Is it possible that would create like a gray-free sphere or a gray-free area that it wouldn't be? It's unlikely. I think it's an area effect that's going to penetrate no matter what. I just
think
thinking
I'd
whether
rather-
that would actually be effective.
I think I'd rather you carry me above the clouds, the gray, and be prepared to hold on to a body than do that.
How high does the gray go though?
It's not. Yeah, I was gonna say it's not. You can't really effectively get above the gray. You can get
okay.
outside of it, but I guess if I were really to play this out and be like, well, if you go 4,000 feet up, I don't know, like at a certain
okay.
point,
I mean, I could do that, but and then if we drop him, that's just a whole nother problem.
That's the part that I'm kind of concerned about.
Thanks for bringing me back.
I say we try it anyways and see if we can do it. Because I feel we need to have him back. And again, if he stops, if he refuses, then it's perfectly fine. No problem with that.
You're going to expend all this effort. And Hilar is going to be like, no, I just found out I could be a baker in this beautiful place I heard about called Barovia. It's right over there.
yeah. Don't do it. Don't go.
And
towards
I'm already
it.
used to the I'm already used to the fog because of the gray.
Right.
So
yeah,
I've got
yeah,
that
it all
going for
fits.
me.
It totally
Yeah,
fits.
exactly.
Yeah. All right. So okay.
All right,
so
Mermaid.
you're gonna try this out, Mermaid?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I want to
Can I suggest that perhaps that I go first with the Dragonborn
sure.
and see what
In case
happens, just in
explode.
case something really
I
bad
love how this is
happens?
us deciding that this
wham,
Dragonborn
wham.
is actually expendable.
Yeah. We just test it out. You're a test case.
Okay, come on, think about this.
I mean, you're not wrong,
No,
but
no. I just
I'm
have
I'm
to
sure
say
the
this-
Dragonborn would love to hear it.
Thank you
I'm
for
not
bringing me
saying
back.
it
Yeah, shut
that
up. Let's
way.
go to Hilar. Just like,
I would rather do the Dragonborn general first.
Hmm
I'm with her.
Okay.
And if something really bad happens, then we know better. And Halar is in the future,
Okay.
assuming we survive to the future. So, what is the Dragonborn's name?
Give me a second.
On Resurrection, Irulan Karnak 2.0.
Oh,
Kerulin Arnak.
That
Wait a
would be
minute. Like, no relation.
funny.
No relation.
that would
God, but
absolutely be stabby.
Okay, give me 1 second that I find it because I have 6 million
Okay.
names. I need to remember what his name was.
I know. It's
Um,
just part of the role play of
Oh no, that's totally fine. Okay.
Name is Elliot.
His name is not.
General Elliot.
Mm-hmm. He likes to eat apples and hang out with his buddy.
Yes. Balthazar.
What?
So close. So close.
Is it really Balthazar?
Balthazar Irdranats. Yes.
Ear.
Yeah. IR apostrophe and then capital D RANOTS.
RANOTS.
Irdranat. Yes. Balthazar Irdranats. Balthazar
Okay,
Irdranats.
General Balthazar Irdranats.
Yes.
Okay. I will do the resurrection on General Balthazar first.
So when you cast the spell and you do so, you do it outside the tent because of all of the like anti-magic shielding, all that stuff that they tried to put on it. What happens is now you've done different kinds of raise dead things before. I don't know that you've cast this spell before though. This is a very powerful one. But you tell me, have you?
I cast this on that poor person that Rowan accidentally murdered.
Oh yeah.
The little gnome.
Yes. So in that right on the goblin, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you did that to the goblin, there was very, it was very swift, and the goblin sort of, type of thing as he kind of reached up from the ground. This one feels different. When you cast it, there is a moment where the world, which is already swirling with mist, goes into like, I guess what I would describe it to jump out of game briefly is like a film negative, where you then see him and everything around you is sort of bright and just the sort of negative of the shadows, right, are sort of visible. And so you see his kind of shadowy form. And you are standing on a hillside and you are looking down over a small stone wall, Nisiana. And as you look down this winding, hilly road, you can see the figure of a dragonborn walking away slowly from you. And as you call his name and the spell begins to do its work, you see the shadowy form of what must be Balthazar Irdranats turning back in your direction. The face is placid, the eyes are closed, and he begins to walk back towards you up that road, but very, very slowly. So it is like it seems like it's almost an effort for him to pull his feet up the road in your direction. And as you are sort of there, you are conscious at one point, Nisiana, of there is a world outside you, the world of the gray, the world that you know, and there is this sort of negative space world as it comes to you as represented in the gray, in which this character is coming in your direction. You think that if Balthazar continues his path, that he will eventually come to the place which you instinctively know is separating the living and the dead by this stone wall. And you think that he will come to that wall eventually, but it will take hours for that to happen. So the way to put this is, rather than having to stay like in the spell the whole time, it's as if you've begun the spell like a chemical reaction, and now the reaction is taking its time to operate. So you think it will work, but it will not be instantaneous the way that it was outside in the village when you brought the goblin back.
And will I need to stay here?
No.
Ooh,
No, it's
that's
almost as if you've started it and now you're walking away from that event.
okay. That's a thing.
Yeah, very weird, as if it's working in very slow motion. It's such a powerful spell, it may be overriding some of what the gray can do, but clearly the gray is having an effect on it.
But also
So-
clearly Balthazar is coming back and wants to come back.
Apparently.
Couple of hours, there's going to be a couple of nurses sitting in this tent. And reality is going to tear over, and he's going to pop and go, "What's up?"
What's up?
Well, basically, that's kind of what I'm going to end up having to do is I'm going to have to come out of it and explain this to those who are waiting
Mhm.
because we cannot
Yeah.
wait. But
and
he
they
will
look
come back.
troubled as you explain to the generals and everyone assembled, like they're all kind of giving each other nervous looks and so forth.
Which basically means that somebody's going to have to babysit him while we go do the next thing.
But do we like this general that much, really? It's kind of a jerk last Tuesday. If
My
you'll
grandmother
recall.
was really nice. Maybe we could bring her back.
Well,
There are other members of my house around, I'm sure.
Yes, there are sadly not as many as you would hope, but there are some. Yes,
I
Miss
know,
Yana.
but
Yep.
as a house agent, I can do the thing where I pull them in
Yep.
and I explain to them what's happening.
Yep, they seem
And
willing to do
unless
that.
there's another emergency, their job is to look over this general and help him when he makes it back.
Yeah, they seem willing to do that.
Okay.
What did it look like? Because which piece did you save?
Well, of the general,
Yeah.
his body was here. It's
Oh.
Halar that I am far more concerned
Okay.
about.
Okay. I was just imagining it being like a wax model that's unmelting, like when you reverse
Kind
the
of like
footage on a
that.
thing. Yeah.
With Halar, it's literally his hand.
Uh,
Is literally his hand, and when I come out, I'm just like, I explained this to Marime, and I'm like, I don't know how this is going to work with you and with the gray.
We don't have the time to wait anyways, and whatever is going to happen is going to happen.
Yes.
So why don't we... Part of me is wondering if we should just leave part of Halar with someone here we trust. But why don't we go in faith as Halar would have us do and go after the next battle, pursue it, and then when we return, which we will, and we are outside the gray, then I will ask him if he wishes to return. If it's going to take him that long to come back and it's going to be disorienting and I can't talk to him to make sure he wants to come back, this isn't right. This isn't the way to do it for him.
He is General Balthazar is returning, but he is not in communication. And it will take hours based on what I have seen. So
from everything that's happening right now and it's moving so fast, maybe we'll just be able to tell Halar that it's over. Come back and help us rebuild instead of come and watch us potentially die in the next conflict, which he won't be able to participate in anyways because he'll be too weakened by the resurrection.
mm-hmm.
I feel like perhaps waiting would be a wiser thing.
Yeah. I look at Ilarion because he was the one who was very much like, Halar needs to come back.
well, I'm not thrilled, but what you've told me, and we have no way of getting out of here quickly. It seems like we must delay that. I feel his experience would be more helpful now, but from what you both understand, what you both said, the idea of
Now does
them-
not exist. We have
Right.
hours.
right, and then they are weakened from being brought back. So I suppose we should move.
Yes.
Okay. If that's the decision that you've made, then I will say that unless anyone else has something quick they wanted to do, Then we have to talk about what the generals have to tell you, because there's going to be stuff happening after that. And there will be time, incidentally, I should say, in case anyone's worried about this, there will be time during this section for you folks to be able to talk about some stuff as you're going through for reasons you will see momentarily. But we're just talking about the in-between evening, basically, of this. So the generals lay out the following, and again, it's although the armies did win a victory and have pushed the Lord of Blades back, the mood in the command tent is grim. First of all, the loss of the generals, even though it's possible once you tell them, they're happy to hear that Lord Balthazar is coming back, but the way you feel about Halar, Alarian, is probably the way they feel about Balthazar, which is like, this sucks, we need him now, but it's, so, but they're doing the best they possibly can, and there are some, of course, they can't bring back at all. But they have discovered the following, which is, first of all, that the Alliance's forward scouts, as you pushed forward, reached a point where they were continually thwarted by the enemy. For every little sort of kind of probing maneuver of one of the sets of troops that's been made, the enemy has prepared a counter. It is as if they know absolutely everything that the armies of the Five Nations are going to do before they make them. And this may be troubling to all of you if you remember the fact that you met someone in this last session, someone I haven't, or not the very last session, but a couple sessions ago, in the last section of the campaign, you met someone who claimed that he had come from the future, you may remember, and had come to tell you that this Forge of Making was there, and there was this whole business with House Cannith and a whole bunch of other things. So something is predicting ahead of time what it is the army is going to do. And the assumption from the generals is that this must be partially related to the Oracle of Bones, which, of course, like the Oracle of War, but even more so because of the way the Oracle of Bones is designed, is supposed to be able to perhaps give some kind of supernatural information. Regardless, somehow they're getting information ahead of time. There is some good news in that, at the cost of the lives of a lot of the intelligence agents, they have discovered that the Lord of Blades forces are indeed occupying an underground House Cannith creation forge. Now, you know that because you had heard details about that. That's where they were going. Apparently, the Lord of Blades did get there first. And they know that this place is called the Life Spark Foundry. That is where the Forge of Making is to be found, and it's something with Tanton certainly has heard rumors of before. The foundry occupies an enormous glass cavern beneath the ruins of Making. And of course, as you can all see, you were on a glass plateau near the ruins of Making, right where this is supposed to happen. What they have discovered, though, in the searching for this, is that something else has been found there, too. The floating fortress Argonth has been moved down to that glass cavern. The one that you remember was basically stolen from all of you and, taken away, and it was not a good moment for the home team. The Argonth has been brought under that cavern, and the suspicion, according to the intelligence, is that the Oracle of Bones must be somewhere aboard the Argonth. And how they were able to bring the Argonth into this area below the cavern, it seems like there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, but it was done somehow. I'm tempted to avoid the whole ship inside a glass bottle thing, but something like that. Somehow it's been brought underneath the cavern, and the Oracle of Bones remains there.
Somehow the Argonth returned.
Somehow the Argonth returned. Alliance scouts have also determined that, and you also have heard this, that the Lord of Blades is using the Creation Forge to make new varieties of Warforged. Some of that is coming from your own intelligence that you gave them because you saw a bunch of these new varieties of Warforged right in the Battle of the Broken Tower. This is the thing that you were most afraid of. And so the problem here is that given enough time, there is no limit to what he could develop and unleash. You were trying to get there before he did this, and now he's doing this. And so even with all of the, having pushed back, it cost what? A third of the five nations assembled armies just to get to this stage, just to push them back temporarily. They can't go up against an inexhaustible factory of Warforged, though. And so the generals are sort of helpless. They kind of stare at all of you at the end of this, and they say, we're at a loss as to what to do next. There's got to be something, but we don't have enough to assemble reinforcements to bring them from other places. We could try to destroy the entire plateau, but even if we were somehow able to do it, it could cost all of the lives of the entire armies, and there's no guarantee that works either. And so there's a great deal of consternation among the generals, the assembled troops, about what they're going to do, because they seem to have reached an impasse, basically. And they
There are no guarantees of anything other than doing nothing will result in failure.
We agree, but what can be done then? And they kind of look to the five of you.
When we started training for this job, did you ever think it would come this way?
The possibility always existed. Like it or not.
Is this a time where we need to use the Oracle of War to ask for advice?
Because we already used it once, right?
We
Yeah.
did.
It was the way that you were able to have an advantage, though. It did work, says one of the generals.
That is true, but using it also has repercussions, like when it starts screaming its location to anyone who knows how to listen.
They already know where we are, so at this point we may not lose anything by using it again.
Rowan, what would you do? Besides unmute yourself.
What's the most reckless decision that we have in mind?
Try to infiltrate the cavern and steal the Argonth, I suppose.
That's not reckless.
I was
Blowing
just
up the plateau, that's reckless.
I
Oh,
was
just me.
thinking more along the lines of blowing up the Argonth, but if you're inside a
I mean,
glass
it's not
cave
ours anymore.
and something explodes inside the glass cavern,
True. That's a big
mean,
cavern.
if you were buried within a whole bunch of glass and rock, Alarian, how long would it take you to dig yourself out?
Depends on how pinned I was. If I was pinned and unable to move, it would take, I don't know, but I do not have enough data to give you an accurate answer.
Can we undo the Forge of Making? Can we stop it completely? Destroy that?
Quickly. Given how little I know about it, it would probably take me 8 or 9 years, perhaps.
Oh, is that all?
So easier than the Oracle of War. Okay, good. Well, we got that going for us.
I still think we should drop them into the plane of lava.
I mean, that would drop it in there.
Theoretically possible.
That would drop it in there, but then it would be there, and they would still be able to find it. And there is no doubt in my mind that Aaron could make a warforge that can swim in lava if he wants to.
And I hate to do this to you, Miatantin, but you're the expert.
Or as close as we have.
Rowan is our wild mage. He's the one who's like, okay, let's go reckless. They won't expect that. All right, Miatantin, what's the most reckless thing you can think of that we should do?
Gathering together as many mages as we can, surround the Forge of Making, and have them cast an incredibly strong but subtle shatter spell to find the resonant frequency of the glass plateau and shatter it from all sides.
Can we do that by
No.
using the Oracle of War as a sympathetic link to the Oracle of Bones?
You're
Rowan,
assuming they're connected in the first place.
They
Well,
are.
they
we know
are.
that.
They
We
are.
know they're connected.
Rowan
Okay.
saw that.
Okay, but harnessing that connection, of course, is its own challenge.
That's true, and it is an arcane connection, not an acoustic one.
Yes, but the arcane connection could be through Rowan.
And what would the gray do to it?
Isn't asking that question the point? The gray's been nothing but cataclysmic to us. Aren't we hoping that it would be to it?
I don't know, that skeleton you removed from the dragon seemed the gray might have had something to do with that when you
I mean, yes,
did
that
your
was very
thing.
fun.
So not
But
quite cataclysmic, but mostly. I would say mostly.
yes, but consider that's the first time the gray's been on our side, is
Yeah.
what I mean.
And we don't even know if that was the case.
And yet you are the only one that I know who has touched both of them.
Mm.
But if you are the catalyst between the two of them, that is,
You would have to allow me to do something which I know you're not going to want to do.
Which is?
Well, link your life to mine. I can remember this.
Well, my life, as we have witnessed in the last several months, has been statistically remarkably fragile. I'm glad to have any capacity for longevity if that's what the goal is.
Actually,
What is this?
it would make more sense for him to link his life to mine.
You don't have the ability to do that.
But depending on what you're talking about, I do. If you're talking about absorbing damage, I
Yeah.
absolutely have that ability. At least my armor does. And if I give him a mote, and Alarian plucks a mote out, and I grant it to him before he does whatever you two are planning on doing, I can absorb at least 102 out of game terms. I can absorb most of what he might encounter. If
Then I could
something were
actually
to happen.
do a warding bond on you so that I could keep you alive while you kept him alive.
that seems reasonable to an extent, considering where we are and what we're doing.
None of this is reasonable, but
All of this works for me. I like life.
The other
yeah,
thing
but
to
you
circle
do
back
take a lot
around.
more damage. And you can take a lot more damage, and you have a shield ability.
We have a lot of information from the scouts that we have received, though. I mean, I do think just to circle back, I think we might want to ask the Oracle of War at this point. I mean, it is linked to the Oracle of Bones. We could even add that into the details.
we could.
Plus,
Wait.
Hmm?
I think Merame is technically onto something. I don't know how these oracles work, but provided that the base assumption that this machine answers any questions that are capable of assisting us in winning conflict, surely if you asked it, if we blow you up, can you take the Oracle of Bones with you, is a valuable question to at least find a way to phrase.
We can put it in one of the objectives to stop the Oracle of War and the Oracle of Bones from being used. But we can't, from what I remember from the Oracle of War, the way we use it is we feed it what we know of the enemy field, what we know of our forces, what the objectives are. And then from there, but we can definitely put that as one of the objectives.
I mean, the link is a piece of information that we have.
It is. It's an important piece of information. So that's part of the tactics that we can feed it and see what strategy it provides in turn.
and if the Lord of Blades actually wants it, sending up a flare indicating where its location is might be enough to lure them out. I don't know if that's the case, but
They already knew because, I mean, I assume they knew because Aurelian Karnak was here to claim the Oracle of War. So I think
but
they
that
already know
failed, and the Oracle is
did.
still in the same location.
And if they want it, they're already on their way.
But
So
I don't
that
think
would
they
be a
want.
plus.
I don't think they want it anymore. They don't need it.
Yeah,
Our need is to stop their ability to create what they are creating.
All due respect, Nisiana, it may not be a need, it's still a want. Yes, they have the creation and the tactical ability to put them forth in the most advantageous means absolutely nothing can stop them. So it still has value to them. It's not off the board completely.
Then if that's the case, the most logical thing is to use it now since they already know where it is, and then we move on to the next step instead of waiting to use it while they might have lost sight of it. or us.
Agreed.
Okay, well, the things to put into the Oracle of War. Rowan is a catalyst between the Oracle of War and the Oracle of Bones. He will be linked to Ilarion, who will
I don't think that's quite
protect.
how it works. We give it what we know of the playing field, and
Well,
then it
that's what
gives
I'm
us the
saying.
best
This
ways.
these are the things that we know. We can do this, and to protect Rowan, Ilarion will protect Rowan. I will protect Ilarion.
That's a strategy, though, not what's happening. Like, it will provide the strategy. We're to provide it with what we know is
Okay.
available, what the
It
battlefield
is
looks
the
like.
ability of Rowan to possibly link the two. It is Ilarion's ability to protect Rowan. It's my ability to heal Ilarion.
I agree with that. I think our best bet might be to say that our ultimate goals are to destroy the Oracle of War and Oracle of Bones and feed it kind of what the playing field looks like, and then it can decide. I fear that we might be boxing it into what strategies it might otherwise come out with that we're not seeing. If we're going to use its powers of deduction, which is the only thing it does, then I think we should give it wider range.
Okay.
Then, just in case.
But we'll definitely keep this linking thing in our back pocket because it may prove useful.
Exactly.
At some point.
It's a great plan, but we
Okay.
can see.
And Mia Tanton can feed the information into the Oracle.
Yeah, it looks like Tanton is furiously writing notes.
Tanton is moving between the various members of the party, very much like when you're about to go skydiving and your safety buddy comes through and does an equipment check.
Yeah.
He is going through and making sure that all of the various enchantments that he's made for everybody are still solid.
Mm-hmm. I still have the ring.
All right. Done that,
if you need the ring back, I can give the ring back. By the way.
Anyway, when he's done with that, he kind of goes over to the Oracle of War and kind of gives it a once over and sort of leans down, looks back at everybody as they're talking about all of this, and he's like, "You're listening to all of this, right?" And then he goes back to finish doing what he's doing.
Okay. So then is that so you're feeding information via Tanton to the Oracle of War, if I understand this correctly?
Yes.
Based on the parameters. Okay. So Tanton, you having seen this work before, when you feed this stuff in, there's kind of a whirring sound and then some mechanical pigeons come out and fly out. And in this case, when you do this, it starts with that, like home, but then it clatters and whirs, and it emits a puff of amber smoke. And the next voice that you hear is not one voice, but three. And you hear coming from the Oracle, "The information that you have sent us is interesting, but there is another way." Now, this is not how the Oracle has ever spoken before, to be clear.
It's okay, exactly.
Right.
Oh my God.
Like us, the Oracle of Bones sees many things. It can see the present as it is and future as it is likely to be, but it can only see the past as it was. If you travel into the past, you could escape its sight and approach unseen. We can send you there, but we ask for one thing in return: a promise. If we help you here, one of you must swear an oath bound by magic to help us in the near future. And one of you has already sworn an oath that binds them. And there's a pause, and the generals are all like everyone's looking at everybody. So it sounds, by the way, the echoey sound is very much like protocol var activated. You know, that whole business, right? It sounds like that, but the voices, though, are entirely different. As I say, 2 female, 1 male sounding, or two female presenting voices, let's say, and one male presenting voice.
And it can't be me because I'm the one who swore the oath.
Wait, it can't be you because what?
I have my oath to Eberron.
Oh.
Otherwise, I would absolutely jump on this.
Kenton kind of holds up the flower that he has and turns it around in his hand. It's like, may not be you.
No? Is it you?
Possibly.
The second that I start getting the idea that Nisiana might swear the oath, I put a hand on her shoulder and I say, I will do it. I will swear the oath. You have a job to do and a god to serve. All I have after this are the dreams. I will do this.
And the oracle says, then swear in your name that you will assist us.
I, Mirime Hawksmoor, swear that I will assist you in whatever you need after this.
And there is a pause, and then it hums a little bit, and then says, it is well. You must infiltrate this place, the forge of making, the foundry in the past. And you must infiltrate this place before the one you call the Lord of Blades first arrived. Then you must wait for the time streams to reconnect in the present. When the present arrives, the alliance of what you call the Five Nations can mount a frontal assault, and you will have the opportunity to destroy the Oracle of Bones. In fact, it is possible that if you accept this plan, you are inside the foundry right now, awaiting the diversion. And so there's like this pause while they explain this thing about the time travel. Now, one quick note, which is, those of you will remember, all of you will remember, that there was this whole thing about having to close a gate to the realm of the dead, also known as the realm of madness, which is known as Zoriat. If you are going to travel through time, all of you would probably be vaguely aware, and certainly Merime would know this because of dream travel, and Alarion would know it because of their state as a Starforged, and Nisiana would know it because of the fact of having worked with Eberron and what Eberron commands, that meddling with the time stream risks drawing Zoriat closer to Eberron. And so the Oracle of War says, the veils between worlds must be preserved, and what you are about to do is dangerous. To maintain the time stream, the present must remain mostly unaltered. Some things cannot be changed. Other events may need to be actively brought about. If you disrupt the time stream, you will suffer for it. Minor disruptions may result in minor damage. But in extreme cases, major disruptions could result in death. And in the worst instance, Zoriat itself could overcome and consume this reality. And the generals, you hear this talking about the end of the world, is what they say. High magic must be used carefully while traveling through time, as the energies could disrupt the time stream with catastrophic results. Moreover, you cannot rest until you return to your own time, for to do so would manipulate the flow of time and risk ending it all. So, the mechanical effect of what they're describing for you is you will not suffer negative effects from a lack of sleep. That's important to note. That's not going to happen here. But if you try to do either a long or a short rest, you will substantially, enormously disrupt the time stream. That means what you've got now is what you've got. Now, the Oracle also is willing to answer questions that may connect to this. And by the way, I have a handout that I'll give you that summarizes like what happens when you screw up the time stream. But
so you want to go back in time?
Yeah. Also, I want to point out that Proxima was willing to swear the oath, so I want to thank Proxima in chat.
Oh, well,
Oh,
let's have him do it. It's all good. Let's have him do it.
The Oracle will DM you on Twitch chat later, Proxima. Hey, what's up, Wispy Song? So yes. So you can ask questions if you wish if you have questions about time travel or things that may have related to that. The Oracle will answer some of those questions. And I want to emphasize again, this is not at all the way the Oracle has ever worked before. But again, you're in the gray, and you've also, as you all know something about the secret of what is actually powering the Oracle of War, and this seems to have taken it that extra step. So.
Through the mind link. Oh wait, do we still have the mind link up?
Oh yeah.
I would imagine, yeah.
Yes.
Like, I'm basically to Merriman. I'm like, you do realize whatever you promise, I'm coming with you. You
Well, it
can't
wouldn't
get
be-
rid of me that easily.
It wouldn't be fun if you didn't, now would it? I had no doubt of that. But I was
Right.
worried that you would.
I
give
would
the
what?
oath. That you would take the oath and, I don't know, maybe somehow leave me behind.
So you're willing to leave me behind then?
No, I'm not leaving you behind. I know I'm not leaving you behind. If I can bring you, I will.
That's a double standard.
No,
That is a
perhaps.
double standard.
Maybe, yeah. But I was worried if only one of us ends up going, I would prefer it be me than you. You have work to do with Eberron. You have healing. This place will need healing and healers. Not to mention your house is a mess. You gotta clean that place up. I have sworn no oath outside of this. The only oath I have ever sworn, and that was not spoken so much as felt, was to you and to the King's Citadel. That's it. You have other work to do. I don't.
You think too little of yourself.
Or perhaps you of yourself.
Is this a private
Meanwhile, Rowan
conversation or is this open to like?
Yeah, go
Is this
ahead,
open
This
to
is
everybody?
open.
a conversation, but you can see that
Yeah,
there's
you
something
can see
going
the
on between
sisters are
two of
like-
them.
Just sort of
And-
just sort of staring at each other. Okay, go ahead, Roland.
And
What were you
she
gonna say?
and then Nisiana gives a very deep sigh.
Although I can actually infer.
Meanwhile, Rowan in the mind link is just like psychically glaring at everyone and going, "Y'all swear fealty to things that you aren't aware of so often."
My thought is the Oracle will ask to be freed. There are
Right.
3
Yes.
Jinn in there, and I absolutely believe that they need to be freed. And I will help my sister do it because she's now sworn an oath. But I also think it's morally correct. These Jinn have their thoughts, their wants, their needs. They have the sense of self, and that's what's important.
Also has the additional bonus of destroying the Oracle of War.
You know
it
what?
becomes a big paperweight.
That is a side effect to me.
Yeah.
But I'll take both.
Agreed.
I will also stand with Miramay if she wishes assistance. There's no reason she
So-
should face this by herself. Which
She-
you had already stated. Judging by the thought going across your faces
Tiny
was
little
the
halfling
discussion.
is looking very angry at the giant warforged.
I somehow think that no matter who gave that vow or took that oath, that I had a fairly good feeling that we would all stand together regardless. So I just sped things up, and you're welcome.
I mean, the very first thing I did when I found out what the Oracle of War was try to shoot it. I'd like to discover how it breaks, so of course I'm joining you.
My only worry is their madness.
Well,
I mean,
that is a job and a problem for future us. Apparently, we now have to go into the past and deal with past stuff, which, Mia Tanton, you're the expert.
traveled in time before, really?
No, it's
You're a professor?
where we're going is House Kenneth.
I don't think we're traveling that far back.
Mm,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's only a few days.
right.
I think.
We're arriving just before the Lord of Blades got to the
Yeah.
Crystal Cavern. That's not
Still
forever.
House
That's not
Yeah,
pre-destruction.
it's still House
Yeah.
Kenneth. Yeah.
location, technology.
I did note, by the way, Trent, I think you'd stepped away, that about the one that you met on the field was Garvin Ergelios, who said that he was a protege, basically an apprentice, to Aaron de Kenneth. And so, like, that part of it is, you know, that's like, you know, somewhere in your mind maybe, but like that was the person
yeah.
who came from the, yeah. So,
And gave me the flower.
So, but if you have any questions for the Oracle, you could ask them in this. Any of you could ask them if you were related to this subject.
Well, the only one I was going to ask is whether we would encounter ourselves, but we're clearly not because we've never been there before. So that's not really an issue. So,
Or we're there right now.
well, but not until we agree to do this. So, I mean, technically, they're technically correct. It's Schrodinger's time travel, but we're not there
Who?
yet because we haven't. Never mind. We haven't actually said we're going to do it. So the wave function doesn't collapse. Anyways, we'll talk about it later.
Or earlier.
mm. So does anyone have any questions for them at this time?
Honestly, my life is, I don't have the brains or the spoons, so Nisiana might have. Can I make a roll? Can I make an intelligence roll?
I mean,
can my character be smarter than I am right now?
I'm also not trying to like push everyone that you have to ask. I just don't want to take people away. Before.
Okay, because right now, honest to God, I'm just like, I feel like I should have something to ask, but I'm like, no, just throw us back in time. Whatever.
I mean,
Go ahead.
they pretty much laid out the parameters. Small things great are okay. Large things bad. No resting. Like, okay, I think that's what we really kind of need to know.
Okay. Also,
Oh,
I mean, there is a question that we need to ask ourselves.
yeah.
Well, there's one we need to ask the Oracle,
What's
and
that?
that is, unless someone has a really accurate stopwatch or hourglass, how will we know when the time streams join up again?
Ew, that's a good question.
Yeah. Is it just going to be like ding, or will we, how does that happen?
So if you ask the Oracle that,
Yes.
it says, "You will be sent 5 days into the past, before the armies have arrived. As events occur, the arrival of the Lord of Blades, the Forge of Making discovery, the discovery of the Titan that you all battled. These things should help you connect the time you were in to the time you have already lived." So basically, like, as events happen, you will remember, like, you'll be like, oh yeah, that's when this thing occurred. And in fact,
that's the Titan that we fight
yeah,
later on.
Exactly. And actually, there's a set of these things which I'm going to give out in a minute, which will explain that basically you have to preserve this time stream while you're doing all of this to ensure that known events in the future actually occur. So you have to set up some things to make sure that events do not happen that could have been horribly destructive. Perhaps in this weird time travel paradoxy way, there are things that were already done that kept you from running into them now. But also things that must occur do occur. So, for example, this one's sort of a strange one. The Lord of Blades has to survive. If you destroy the Lord of Blades in the past, right, then you will destroy the Lord of Blades at the cost of possibly Zoriat ending the world, right? Because it would be such an enormous disruption of the time stream. Also, I should mention, as I'm talking about this, that small things do have a cumulative effect. So, like, you disrupt it a little bit, it's going to have an effect, but not a huge effect. You disrupt it like 5 times, even if it's small stuff, that does add up. So you just need to be aware of that as you're going through. So, again, I'll hand this out, but the things that have to stay are, so the Lord of Blades has to survive. The Warforged Titan guarding the entrance to the cavern has to survive, because you would later encounter that thing in battle. The Lord of Blades must be permitted to build the army in the foundry and imprint his directive on Auron's Warforged creations, because all of that happened before you encountered him. The difference is that now you will then have access to where the Oracle of Bones actually is. So you can then destroy the Oracle of Bones and thus destroy his plans, because there is a link, although you're not clear what, and even the Oracle of War doesn't know for certain, but there is a link between the Oracle of Bones and his ultimate success. Last three things. Apparently the Colossus that you fought, Karnslayer, was not at full power when you fought him. And you don't know why that is. You need to sabotage him enough without destroying him completely so that he can also be defeated by you in our previous session, right? 2 sessions ago. Everyone clear on what we're talking about in this multiverse thing?
Yep.
The characters, you all have to meet Garvin, who was the apprentice, and convince him to relay the message to all of you, right? The message that you had when Tantan was given the flower and blah, 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 blah.
Tantan's going to give him the flower so he can give it back to him.
Yep. And they have to survive Garvin and his Warforged dragon to deliver the message on day 4. Hey, Drew. And then the last, so those are the things that have to happen. Lord of Blades has to survive. Warforged Titan has to survive. Lord of Blades has to build his army, but remember, you're like, wait, what? But you'll have access to the Oracle of Bones, which you wouldn't have had otherwise. You have to sabotage their effects of making the Colossus too powerful, like restoring it to full mobility. And you have to meet Garvin and convince them to relay the message to all of you 5 days from now, if I'm understanding everything I'm saying correctly.
Sounds perfectly logical.
Last thing, casting a spell of 5th level or higher will incur a time travel consequence. It's up to you whether you want to take the hit on that consequence.
5th level or higher. Okay. Yep. Well, I
mean,
guess
that's max level for me. So
I guess it's a good thing I already blew my 9th level spell.
And this is something that you'll have to figure out, like as you go along the line. Yeah. The other thing to mention, by the way, is that, again, these time travel consequences are cumulative. So, you have to be aware of what they're doing and under what circumstances. And there may be times, I don't want you to say we cannot, it's a hard no. There may be times where you have to violate the time stream. Just be aware there's a consequence whenever you do it.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
So, if I cast a 5th level spell, at a higher level, using a higher level slot, does that count against being above?
Yes. If it's cast so it's using a 5th level slot, then yes. And I just showed you all. I showed you all the handout, by the way, which says what I just described.
Oh, it's like, can I use my 8th level spell, but cast it at 5th level?
If it's 5th, you would have to drop it to 4th level not to have a consequence.
Oh, 4th level to not.
And I also don't think you can go back that way. I don't think you can cast a higher level spell at a lower level.
Well, I mean, like
a
cure
really crappy
wounds,
wish.
but using my 8th level slot.
Well,
because the reason I ask is because it's like at higher levels, when you cast a spell using a spell slot of 6th level or higher, these things happen.
Slots are the issue. If you're casting something using a higher level slot, then it counts as if you're casting something of that approximate power.
Oh, damn it.
Yep.
Oh. And we're not supposed to do 5th level or above?
Right.
Yeah, that's...
Now, again, if a 5th level spell doesn't mean you cast it and the world ends. I'm just saying that there's a consequence to those things.
Meh. That's like 7 really high level spells. Like, you're mean.
It's not me. Balls and strikes.
Balls and strikes.
I'm trying to help you preserve the integrity of time. Okay. That's what
maybe we should take Loki's approach.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it was effective to a point.
I mean, he did end up outside of time becoming the god of storytellers and not being able to interact with those he loved with. But
yeah. There are worse fates.
Yeah, you could
some
pull a
regard.
Miles Morales, like, I'm gonna do my own thing. You could do that too. Like, I mean, I have great admiration for anything.
Let's just break the Eberron verse.
Yeah.
We're not gonna break. Okay, we might break the Eberron verse.
We might crack it. We might crack it a bit.
A little bit, but then we'll be around to help fix it.
Yeah, let's go with that.
One of the generals comes up to you and says, "We cannot force you to do this. What is being asked is extraordinarily dangerous, beyond what we would have imagined."
Everything dies if we don't do this.
And for us, this is Tuesday. Okay? It actually says
Thursday,
that.
The Oracle says, "Soon it will be Thursday," right? Is it Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
And it's just like, everything will die if we don't do this. So either if we have to sacrifice ourselves to save the world, then so be it. But as Alarian said, this is Tuesday for us. We have done many things, many impossible things. That isn't to say that I'm not terrified, because I am, but I have faith. I have faith in my God, and I have faith in my people. Yes.
The stakes are also incredibly high.
I have faith in you, Mia Tantin.
I do like steak.
I could eat.
We are also choosing between one apocalypse or the other if this goes wrong.
That is correct.
Yep. Well said.
So if we're going out, let's go out on our own terms.
So I have a question before we start on this crazy, timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly, whatever you want to call it. The Ring of Evasion regains 1d3 charges at dawn. Now, obviously, according to the notes, any magical items that, once you go back, it will not recharge.
Right.
So I'm assuming it's not dawn yet, so I don't have a chance to recharge the ring.
I am afraid not.
All right. Big deal. Good thing I upped my dex save.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's why when you said that, I'm like, excellent.
Yeah.
That's a good
annoying, but understood. So,
Oh,
no time like the present. Yuck, yuck, yuck.
Haha. All right.
Or is there anything that they can give us to help us in the past? Is there anything that we have access to from the generals?
Well, the generals are willing to give. I mean, the generals, first of all, are willing to shower you with money, although that doesn't really help you right now.
Doesn't really help. I can't bribe them away. Yeah.
They're willing to give you whatever it is they think they can. They can't, the Oracle is not able to send back one of the generals with you.
No.
If you had, they can restore any kind of weaponry and stuff like that. They are able to give you each a healing potion. That's what's left of their stores, but their stores are badly depleted because, they just used a bunch of it trying to keep people alive in this last fight.
I don't suppose they have another cloak of the 12 councils.
No,
another one.
Just, offhand.
How about a cloak of the 9 councils? They'll take you for 5 councils.
But we should take those potions of healing because you never know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
How many potions of healing and
5.
who gets them? And what
everyone take one. So
I was gonna say,
pour them
add
down
what
the other person's
potency?
throat.
Yeah, so it is not extra healing, unfortunately. It's regular. It's all that they have.
Okay.
And I have a potion of heroism for you people, a potion of superior healing for you people, and a potion of healing for you people. So, there you go.
And I am aware that in the place that we go, the first thing they do is target the healer. So, if I don't get my aura up in time, feel free to feed me healing potions until I get it up.
Quick note, by the way, for everybody, as you folks go back here, given the parameters that I've laid out, within those parameters, you have a fair bit of freedom once you get back there, because all you're not allowed to do is to alter the events of the known future. So if you randomly come across, Warforged patrol that's whatever, no one knows how many Warforged were actually in that last battle, right? So, that is not going to affect things. It's when you're dealing with actual known information about the future, that's when you run into trouble if you're not careful. So, yeah.
Oh boy.
The Tantin sort of leans down to the Oracle and is like, so are there any other last bits of knowledge that you think would help us that you haven't shared with us yet?
The oracle, there's a pause and then a little bit of the puff of smoke again. And it says very quietly, Tanton, quietly enough that the rest of you could have to like lean in if you wanted to hear it, but Tanton, you can hear it clearly. And it says, "We do not know whether Aaron de Cannith is alive or dead, or why his apprentice Garvin came to find you. But saving Aaron, if he is dead, could prove fatal. It is your decision whether he is to be saved or to be let go into whatever fates awaits him, if you choose to do so." So again, that's not everyone can hear that, but like Tanton, it was clearly meant for you mostly. Like, yeah.
Oh man.
I have a question.
Okay.
Yes.
And you all see Rowan like literally step towards the oracle. And his voice kind of lowers a bit. And I say, "You've confirmed that we can't break things that aren't supposed to be broken. That those who are supposed to survive so long as we wait to see them must stay there. Can we save anyone that wasn't saved?"
And there's sort of a pause, and then the response is, "Whatever alters the future may affect the flow of time. It will be for you to decide whether some must be saved and whether the effect on the stream of time is worth that salvation. Changing the known future may have an effect. Only you can decide whether the consequences of that effect are worth it."
Mm.
You all notice Rowan just kind of stand there somberly for a bit.
Within the mind link, Tanton says, "We should also consider the possibility that when we get back there, Pilar will be alive. It might be the best opportunity, if any of you have any spells to communicate with him, to ask him if he would want to be brought back."
I don't think that Hilar knew when he went down. I think it would be something that Hilar would choose once he did die and met those he loved once again. We did talk a little bit about it. And I think it's a question for Hilar past this moment and not Hilar in the past. There's some thresholds we just don't know how we'll act or behave before we cross them. And for Hilar, that was one of them.
Also, when I spoke with him when Rowan and I spoke with him, he specifically said, "I didn't know that I would ever get to this point." So we can't.
You can't tell him, "Hey, we're from the future.
No, or that
We watched
died.
you die. Do you want us to leave you that way?"
No.
Right, he's not allowed to know, but he is allowed to have his feelings.
I will say this to you, Mia Tanton. The choice of saving or not saving your Baron's child is on you based on the information that you have. If you didn't have that information of who Aaron was, that might be a different thing. And boy, is there subtext under that. It is a hard thing to choose to let someone go. And it is a hard thing to choose a world over a single person.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And I am sorry that this is being put on you at this moment.
Or an earlier moment.
Or an earlier moment.
As
But
ready
know
as I'll
this.
ever be then.
Well, whenever you decide, I will be also here. I think we have our fates bound with each other, for good, for ill, for win or loss. We are in this together, and that is something that we all can trust. So, how about we go
I, for
save
one,
the
have
world?
never attempted to steal 5 days before, so I'm kind of excited.
Guess what? This is off your bucket list.
There you go.
Let's go save the world.
And it
steal
just got
5
on his
days.
bucket list too. So
Yeah. Let's
So
go
then-
steal 5 days.
let's save the world again.
Assuming you're ready, the generals then bid you good luck, and they stand back. And multicolored dust streams from the oracle and envelops you as the other figures in the room begin to move in reverse. You see them doing this, right? The effect speeds up faster and faster until it suddenly stops. You find yourself on the barren glass plateau in the Mornland on the edge of the ruins of Making. The war camp is gone. The armies will not arrive here for 5 days. Your mission awaits, and the fate of Corvair and perhaps Eberron itself depends on your success, which is a perfect place to take our break. You are watching the King's Citadel, known as Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, Brandon O'Brien, as we play Day 88 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, the final season of Eberron Oracle of War, and the final part of Oracle of War.
Oh my God,
What'd I
that's
do?
brilliant. That is brilliant.
What?
It's episode 88 and we just went back in time. That is brilliant.
Part of my plan.
It's master plan.
It was a long play. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back here. 7 minutes. We'll be back here at 10:05 Eastern. If you like what you see, please follow the channel. Support all of these wonderful people. And we will see you folks back here in just a little bit as the King's Citadel goes into its past to save its future. We'll see how that all works in just a minute. Until then, everybody hang tight.
Marty, we gotta go back and save your kids. Waiting to make that joke all through. Like there was just never a good time for it. Like, damn it.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are back, and we're going to see what's about to happen with the crew as I bring us back over to the cams only line. I'm not showing you the map at the moment because the map is so last five days forward, but before, and all that. I should have a random NPC
all the
run up
names
and
have
go,
changed. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god, what happened?
"Oh my dragons, it's you again. The doc said this might," and then vanish. Yeah. If you're going to hear a lot of da 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 da,
Or you won't because demonetization.
If the pseudo dragon shows up, I'm saving his life.
with a bulletproof vest that you did wear.
Nimble gets to live if he shows up.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Poor
Nimble
Nimble.
died longer than 5 days ago, but
I
whatever.
know.
That's true.
Let her cherish the stream.
It doesn't quite click, but almost. All right, so we are back. Welcome everybody, and we have just arrived, as I mentioned, at the edges here of the cavern of making here, or I should say the edges of the forge of making. And scouting out the ruins, because you're pretty much right near where you were supposed to go to begin with anyway. You soon find the cavern which is described by the generals, and the intelligence that they told you about. It appears as a vast glowing bubble inside the solid glass of the rising plateau. There's one clear opening that you can see, and that is a fractured ravine where lava and alchemical fluids flowing from the cavern have melted through the glass. In fact, I don't know if anyone has seen those pictures of the iceberg with the stuff that was... have you heard about these, the bleeding iceberg? What it turns out it actually was is that is because of global warming. As these things have gone up, certain parts of water have mixed with particular copper deposits to create this thing that looks like, so it looks like a red waterfall basically coming out from the inside of an iceberg, and it's got all kind of symbolic reasons. And all
Oh, that is so messed up.
Yeah. But it is actually but it's not like the world is being destroyed other than, global warming. But that's not really what it is. It's that this is the reason for that effect, is that copper deposit thing. So, so there's this fractured ravine, but more important for your all purposes than that is the fact that standing guard over the narrow entrance is a hulking Warforged Titan. And as you set eyes on the Titan, your mind is flooded with memories of the Battle of Broken Tower. You've seen that machine in battle 5 days from now. To preserve the time stream, you have to get past it without harming it. And so the question is, how do you want to do that? Because you're still outside the cavern until you get past it. So there are, however, a lot of glass formations that I will mention, little, hillocks and spikes and almost spines and rocks and so on, all of this sort of fused glass. And
Probably a couple of
yeah,
shattered glass lizards here and there. No.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Does not appear to have seen you as of yet. Oh, and I need to change. Currently, it's just a teen Titan. I see what you did there, Proxima. Well done. Well done.
Does it look like it's actively scanning?
Yes.
Head swiveling? Oh, okay.
It does, although not like it's not like patrolling, but yeah.
So it's standing in front of the entrance, blocking it,
No, standing in front, probably a good 100 feet or so in front of it. So it's not blocking it, but it is in front of the entrance. It you can, yeah. So,
I mean,
Could we do a distraction and force it away from there and get inside?
actually,
Shatter is not a level 5. Shatter is a level 2 spell. I'm just saying. Yeah.
the easiest way would be for me to carry you all up into the air far enough above it and then come down just behind it, and it would not even know we were there in the first place.
But can you carry all of us?
Well, if I blew one of my uses of my Iron Titan, yes, I could.
Just remember, that's all you have for 5 days.
I'm aware. Well, I can spend 3 spirit dice, but that's like 3 of my 8 to do it again is the problem. Now, if people have another way to do it, I'm all ears, but that would be the most expeditious way of getting around this thing without sacrificing a lot.
How strong is your invisibility, Murray? Your invisibility
I
spell.
can't cast it high enough to get everyone through. I need a higher level to.
Can you do 4 of us?
No, I can do, because we can go up to level 4, right? So I can do 3 of us.
I have my ring I could use for myself, but that's totally. I'd still use 1.
Also, sorry, I just realized I misspoke about the distance. It's about 30 feet in front of the entrance to the cavern, but its back is to the cavern, so it's facing outwards. Sorry, beg your pardon, 30 feet.
All right, it's still doable if we do it my way. Well, let me see something. Hang on a second.
I wonder. Let me see.
I need 1 moment. I'll keep it quick.
Okay, so we're not allowed to hurt. Like, we can't damage the Titan, right? Like, we can't hurt it. Those are.
Well, this Titan wasn't at its full.
No, it was a
Capacity.
Colossus that wasn't at its full
Oh.
capacity. I
This
know.
isn't
I just
it?
reviewed. I just no. I don't think so. Anyways, I just looked at the notes again, and they're 2 separate items.
Yeah,
So.
there was a Titan and then there was a Colossus. But you cannot destroy the Titan, and you do need to slightly disable the Colossus.
Because we could do a status effect of some sort that wouldn't damage it. And then that we could get past him. Like I'm thinking something like Tasha's hideous laughter. Like he'd just basically have a big bout of laughing. We sneak past him and then he's like, what the shit, that was really funny, what's going on?
Yeah, don't they know that somebody's attacked them? That's an attack.
So a creature of your choice that you can see within range perceives everything as hilariously funny and falls into fits of laughter if the spell affects it. It must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or fall prone, become incapacitated, and unable to stand for the duration. And then the spell ends after a minute.
And there's nothing about the recipient understanding that this is an attack?
Nothing about it from the way I'm reading the spell. I mean, that would be kind of a... But the way that I
think narratively, it just finds something funny.
It just has a fit of laughter. It falls to the ground laughing because it's having a day. And then...
I don't know if have you ever seen a Larian just suddenly burst out laughing?
Yes, I believe it was right after he turned into an infant.
No, I think that was the rest of us. That was definitely the rest of us.
I am sorry about that again.
Just an idea.
So, and not trying to poke holes in the tactical application of that, but 1, since it is a construct, we're not even sure it'll work.
That's true.
2, the issue of the thing suddenly breaking into laughter would seem to attract more attention from those inside than give us the opportunity to actually get inside unseen. Neutralizing this one, but possibly attracting others, kind of defeats the purpose. You know what I mean?
It might report that it has had some sort of system malfunction.
Yeah, we don't know if they're in communication with it. Can they see through its eyes? It's just, I think that might cause, I think trying to get around it, over, under, around, or not through, without setting it off, I think is the best course of action. Like I said, I'm willing to do Iron Titan to get us in there, since getting us in there apparently is very important. We have to be inside.
The other thing
so it's fine.
Yeah, the other thing that we could do too is if you don't want to use your Iron Titan and keep it just in case we need it, like more of it in a battle situation, I could just use a couple of my spells to get all of us invisibility, right? Like I get 3 of us in, I come back out, I get the other 2, and we go back in. It would use a couple of my spell slots, but I'm not going to use that many spells anyways. Because I can't use my higher level spells, so I'll just stab people. So we could just do that too. It uses
I
just 2 of my
think
spell slots.
that is the best way to go.
Right.
And I will use my rings. You don't have to burn it on me, so you can get others.
I have to use it regardless.
I understand.
Yeah. So keep your ring.
Oh, all right. So you can do up to what, 3 at a time? You said.
Yeah, right. Because it's a level 2 spell, and at each level I get 1 extra, and I can cast up to level 4.
Right.
So I mean, so you can keep it, or I'll cast it once at level 4 and once at level 3 too. So there's that possibility too.
Yeah.
So too.
Hold on a second.
So I can do that too.
Ability.
I just wanted to make the guy laugh. He just looks like he's having a bad day.
And you do realize that his facial expression does not change, right?
Well, maybe. Well, have you heard of resting bitch face? Maybe he just suffers really badly from it.
Did you say resting or rusting?
All right. The spell does not extend to other creatures you might be carrying. I thought I had a workaround, but no. Okay.
That's okay. I don't mind using a couple of spell slots again.
Well, we could have gotten us all in one if I could carry Nisiana, but apparently that's not.
Right, I see what you mean.
Yeah. But it's not an option. So. Okay. Then I will be the one to remain out here with one other person. It's going to be 3 and 2.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go in. I'm going to have to come back regardless.
Right.
So I'm taking 2 and 2.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go back and forth. So
who else? Who else is staying out here?
So who are the ones that you're taking for this
who
one?
would like to go first? Which 2 would like to go first? Okay. Tantan?
I'll go with Tantan because though that means both of our healers are together, so maybe Rowan should go with Tantan.
Rowan still has a bracelet.
Oh, he does.
And actually, I do too.
I do.
So.
All right, then I'll go with Tantan.
Perfect.
All right, so you're going to turn the 2 of them and yourself invisible. So I need stealth checks from all of you. You do get this advantage because you are invisible, but all 3 of you need to make these stealth checks.
At advantage.
At advantage.
Yes. I think that's the best I can do for you people.
Oh, this will be fun. Let's see what happens.
Because I rolled 2 ones.
You can do it.
Okay.
Okay. Nisiana's like, you get 20 and like it.
Wow.
Apparently I get 20 and I like it.
Wow, Mia Tantan.
Tantan with the 8 on the event. So all of you, I like the idea that you're walking past it. And Tantan, what does it look like when you go past and it doesn't quite work out for you stealth-wise? Like, I'm curious about that.
As he's walking along and he's passing the Colossus and he's looking up at it, just gauging it, trying to get a sense of how things work at that size, because he's never built anything that big. And he sees one particular piece. He's like, oh, they went with that.
So there's a moment where it's like and then kind of goes back to scanning. So you make it over to the entrance. Merime, you leave Nisiana and Tantan behind, I think is what you said you were going to do.
Yeah.
So.
And then.
Yep.
Yeah, and you 2 have to go somewhere because the second I recast invisibility, it's going to drop off of you 2. So you have to make sure that you're out of sight.
And I'll tell you, by the way, that this entrance that you're walking into to be out of sight is a narrow 5-foot wide opening above a swirling lava flow. So you have to be careful as you're moving here, because if you slip in the lava, that's
What is it with the lava everywhere? Jeez. Emerald Claw over here. Like, everyone loves the lava this year.
So anyway, you just have to be careful. But there are several places that you could hide behind if you wished on this side.
Excellent. So I go back and I pop in front of Ilarion and Rowan. And your turn, if you're ready.
As I think we'll ever be.
I put my hands on each of them and I cast invisibility again.
Okay.
At level 4.
Okay. And now you head back. So now again, I need that stealth check from everybody, including Merime. And you go past it for a second time. Who doesn't like a volcano base? Exactly.
Oh,
Good.
30.
Wow.
Good God. Oh, man.
Merame just silently, just...
You don't know where I am.
Ooh,
Natural
Oh my
20.
God.
Right. Wow. Even I'm not doing too bad.
Well
Okay.
done.
And a 1919. No, 19. Yeah, this is no problem at all. You managed to get past it as it stands silently looking outwards, and join your.
And yeah, I
compatriots.
much real quick, just as
Sure.
we're going by, much like Tintin did, because I get close to it 5 days later. I am also kind of scanning it, so to speak, to
Yeah.
look for,
And it looks like, definitely modifications have not been made to it yet. So some of the things you saw in the battle against it are not here now. So
right.
when you get inside, and you have to sort of sneak inside this thing. You have to go single file to get over this sort of and through this lava flow. And when you get to the other side, it is time for what we like to call in the business a new map.
Dun, dun, dun.
And that new map looks like this.
Ah.
All right, so if everyone could place themselves... Hang on a second, let me make sure I put you in the right hex. Yes, should be right here.
Okay, bottom center.
Bottom center, and I've switched back over to the map chat so you can see. So right there. The cavern interior is a shock to the senses after the barren desolation of the glass plateau. It stretches at least 3 miles wide, with a column of crystalline black rock that reaches to the ceiling in its center. Above, there are green clouds laced with flashes of lightning that lazily float across the landscape, which is scored by rivers of lava. To the east, over on this side, is a jungle the likes of which you have never seen. There's a mass of wood, iron, and steel shaped into jagged palms and ferns. To the west, there's a broad savanna of bunched metal fibers that stretches to the walls. Giant metal beasts stalk the cavern floor, and mechanical insects buzz through the air. At one point, as you look up, you see a mechanical owl that flies past, its strange face looking down at you. At another time, you think you see maybe a mechanical bat that's moving by. These are all Warforged-ish, animal forged, maybe? Something like that might be the way to describe it. But the thing that the key here, of course, is you need to find a place to you need to explore the cavern. You need to sort of figure out where the sort of forge would be found, like where the Argonth is going to be placed, where the forge is, and you need to find a place to hide until everything till the time streams sync up. So that's basically what you've got on the docket. So you are going to have to explore part of this. I will note that there are going to be various things that you discover and various obstacles and stuff like that, but it will take you on average about an hour to get over one of these hexes. So you're starting down here, so to cross over to here will take 1 hour of in-game time to actually do that.
Okay.
Above the tree line, what is the visibility like? If I were to go 50 feet in the air, could I see across to the other side? Granted, I know it's 3 miles, but can I see over there?
Probably not. And in fact, as you're sort of looking up, now the question is, do you want to go up through it? Because like the clouds are all above you, right? So you can see in front of you quite a ways.
How high is the cloud level?
So about 30 feet above the ground is where these clouds begin.
All right. Stay here for a minute. I'll be right back. And then I do kind of go up and into the cloud cover to see.
As you pass into the cloud, you are zapped by lightning. So let's see.
Ow!
Okay, hang on a second. Hold on a second. I didn't have my dice roller up. I apologize. Unreservedly. Okay. Right.
I think the lightning doesn't go off then. I can just see in the distance and I'll come back down.
You think the lightning doesn't come off because I forgot my die roll?
Exactly.
Yeah. Sadly, not so much. Okay, so let's see. All right, so there's that, and there's this. Okay, first one. is going to be an 18.
To hit me?
Yes.
Oh wait, okay, that does not. Hold on. Where? No, that's a miss. First of all,
25 is the second one.
That will just take.
Okay.
This is a bolt that I can see coming.
It's coming from everywhere, though, is the problem. I mean, like,
All right,
not exactly.
Okay.
It's just sort of like.
So I could not use my shield master bonus.
No, because it's like all around you at once is the thing.
Okay, like static, almost static electricity.
Exactly.
In a way. Okay.
You take 26 points of electrical and poison damage, and as you're sort of struck by this, you realize that what is sort of affecting you. Hi, Gabriel. Thanks for the follow. Is almost like. It feels as if you're being both shocked and poisoned by something which feels vaguely alive. And that's the minute you enter it. Like the first 5 feet. Now you can keep going north, but you're up, but you get the impression that every 5 feet you're gonna deal with this again.
Yeah. All right. So you do need to break down which is the electrical and which is the poison damage, because I have pretty good resistance on the poison damage stuff.
It would be half and half. So
okay. 22 total, right? So 11 and 11.
It was 26, and
sorry.
so it would be what is that?
13 and 13.
13 and 13, yeah.
I'll put so half of that would be 6, so a total of 18. I'll put that on my hit points.
How the hell did I do that?
That was impressive.
Yeah.
You're learning, Trent. So you take all of the 18 are going to. I mean, all of the.
Yeah, 18 is 18 by the time.
All the 18 is going to your hit points. You said.
Yeah, so I think I'm down to 188 if I got my math right.
Should be 187. If you're taking 18. Yep.
I don't do that. Yep.
Okay.
Save my armor for later. All right. Ow! No, I will come back down. You said within 30 feet, right? Okay, real quick. I do want to, like, I come down to like 15 feet, so I'm still within there, and I want to do a peer into the soul at the clouds.
Okay. Just before you do that quickly, there's a command, and I'm not remembering it, about how to get a list of the characters, and I can't remember if it's not Peak's character, that's Expedition. It's not Dragon character. I don't remember, and hopefully I'll be able. So one of the mods will be able to figure it out. There it is. Thank you, Prince Justin. IAB characters. There it is. Those are the classes, Gabriel, that everyone's playing. Sorry, go on, John O'Laren.
So let's see. I guess the question is that an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead up there?
No, not that you can determine. No.
Not even elemental. Interesting.
Yeah, I know.
They almost seem like living cloud kills more than like, elemental creatures. Yeah. Which again is something that cloud kills don't usually do. That they're usually spells. If they're living, they may be constructed.
Might be something to do with the gray.
We've seen that before.
Vulnerabilities or anything. I'm not going to spend a point to get any more information. All right, I come back down and, well, you guys kind of saw it because the mind link was up. You kind of experienced without the pain what I experienced. Like, okay, going up is not really an option. Smoke. Tarnish on my armor. So that's that limits us to a degree. Not super happy about that. Very strange. So I guess we should push on in some direction.
Just before you do that, Marime, as you are standing there, listening or watching to see what Larian happens, you're suddenly conscious of something flying past you, and as you look over, you see something which I'm going to put on stream in just a second. There's that. So many windows. Okay. Right, and that. Here we go. You see this flying by. Two creatures. One of them is, again, another one of the owls that you saw. And then there's this strange, like, flying cat, is what it looks like, that is carrying a bucket of something. And it doesn't attack you. It just sort of looks at you as it goes by, and you hear a little whirring sound of gears or something, and
It's
then
like a
flies
little-
off.
Warforged thing. Can I try to reach its mind?
If you want.
I do want. I really do want.
Okay. You don't get any response from it. It may not have a mind as such.
Ooh.
So,
I
or maybe
ask
on an
all-
automated pattern, maybe.
Okay. Did you see that? I ask everybody else through the mind link. No, I'm too excited. I actually say it out loud. Did you see that? Did you just see that?
See what?
I'm gonna say no because I was busy getting electrocuted and poisoned.
There was an electrical owl flew by, and there was an electrical cat with a little with wings and a little bucket, and it had like it. I swear I am not making this up, but it was like a creature, like not a spanner, but it had a little bucket with little instruments in it.
Which way was it going?
It was, and I point to where it was.
Yeah,
It was just
it
over
was sort
there.
of going forward and then kind of floated, sort of flew maybe into the cloud, or a little bit hard to tell where it ended up vanishing. It did seem to be going roughly, if I can pull this out here, it did seem to be going roughly, on map, there we go. It seemed to be going roughly in this direction. I'll try to freehand it. Like
Ooh.
that way
Okay.
before you lost
Absent
sight of
any
it.
other locators, I say we follow it.
That's what I was going.
It had a little bucket of things that it hadn't dropped, so its journey must be a more safe one.
Or it's delivering something to somewhere important.
Yes, maybe.
I should note, by the way, that the entire cavern smells like an alchemy lab. There's sort of sulfurous smells. If any of you have ever been to Yellowstone,
Yep.
you'll know exactly a little bit of what that's like. There are weird roars every so often of mechanical wildlife. Again, I'm just going to make a million analogies tonight. If any of you have ever played or know about Horizon Zero Dawn, where there are mechanical-like creatures, that's sort of what this is like, but combined with the smells that I mentioned. The cavern is very brightly lit, incidentally, and occasionally flashing from the lightning that Ilarion now has intimate knowledge of as you go along. And the cavern floor is this mix of coiled grass-like metal fibers, and then these scattered pools of alchemical fluid. And you can see for yourself the rivers of lava that flow from the central column to the entrance that you're actually in as you arrive. As you're sort of making your way over the hex, and which one are you heading to, did you say? Which hex were you going towards?
We're kind of following the path we're going to this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So as you're going that way, I am going to need you to... There are these... As you're sort of stepping along, you can see that there are a variety. I mentioned the lava, but there are also these sort of darker pools. They might be like pools of bubbling mud that you can see. But as you are walking near them, and they're doing this bloop, 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 bloop,
Mud.
every so often you hear bzzz, 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 and occasionally you see electricity dart across the pool's surface. So you're going to need to avoid these hazards because they are so sort of thick and, there's so many of the pools that are around. So I'm going to need a dexterity check from each of you, please. This is essentially a group dexterity check.
We got
Just
this.
a save or just a check?
This would be a dexterity check, not a save.
Apparently, I'm not doing that great. 13.
I'm not very dexterous right now.
All right, let's see. What have we got so far? So we have 13 from
Okay.
Nisiana. We've got a 9 from Merime. We have a 14 from Rowan. We have a 6 from Tanton. Larian, how about you?
Make us proud, Ilarion.
There's a lot riding on this, actually, because it's a group check, so...
Ilarion doesn't touch the ground.
well, The point is, if I go up 10 feet in the air, I can avoid the whole thing altogether.
I'll
But
give
I'll
you-
make-
Before you tell
I'll-
us anything further,
Yeah.
I would like to bend luck for Merime.
Okay.
So it does that, I get to re-roll?
You get to add 1d4.
Oh, thank you. You're sweet.
I will try to make the dexterity check just for grins.
I would give it to
Okay.
Tantan, but I don't think a d4 would help.
There we go.
I got an extra 2, so I'm at 11. Thank you.
Huh?
Well,
Because it's not a saving throw, but a
It's-
dexterity check.
it's a
sir.
it's a good thing that Merime got that extra boost from the Ben luck just then, because when you actually make that check, it means that you are able to stay out of those mud pools. Although it's a near thing, I would say that one point Tantan almost falls in, but Rowan manages to keep you from falling in. Alarian at one point flies too close to one of the pools, but fortunately, Nisiana is able to sort of, shout before anything kind of goes out of the range. So you manage to traverse it. As you're doing so, by the way, something else that's strange about this is you hear kind of a roar, and there is a flapping of some enormous wings from somewhere above the clouds, the green clouds, that seems to be coming vaguely from this direction, somewhere over here.
Hmm.
Boy, those are some loud winds. You
One.
can hear them all the way over there.
Okay, so this might sound intense. Okay, that's different. I was like, is it bellows? Oh wait, no, it's roaring.
let's
It's
maybe
probably
try
not
to-
bellows.
Yeah,
Have-
let's try to avoid that part, maybe.
Arv, have
Yeah?
we moved into the next hex by now?
I would say, yeah. So it's taken you about an hour,
Okay.
and you're about to
Yeah.
move into this next hex. Yes. As you move into that next hex, there are metallic grass here, which is sort of tinkling as you walk on it. You can almost, in fact, I really love this musical theme that I have playing because it's kind of exactly what you're going through. You can hear this sort of tinkling as you're sort of walking over this grass, and you can see it sort of shimmering in the glowing light, occasionally illuminated by the green flashes. And then you see coming towards you a group of creatures that are racing towards you. Now, you don't know that they're racing towards you because they've seen you. It may be that they're just racing towards you because this is where they live and they're coming your way. So you may have an opportunity if you want to try to get out of the way. But as they get closer, you see them in a distance, and at first it looks like you're looking at a group of lions. But as you look more closely, you can see the light glittering off their metal manes and their metal tails. It looks like these are warforged lions, a pride of them, and they are charging towards you. What do you want to do?
I would like to hide.
I will snatch Nisiana up and rise 15 feet into the air, which should be out of hopefully leaping range.
Because I would be a single bite.
Okay.
Pardon my grab, but that's what I do.
Okay. So you're doing those two things. Mermaid, Tantan, Rowan, what are you doing?
I'm going to pull out my rapier just to be ready in case, but I'm going to try to reach out for a mind. Some Warforged creatures, I can speak to their minds. So if they're advanced enough and if they have like a pride, I feel like maybe they have more of a structure or more thinking, then I'm going to try to reach out to them and just kind of like soothe them.
Okay. Tantan, what about you?
Well, Tantan. Great question. I'm trying to think. Yes, since Tantan still has his rope trick. He's just going to do that and climb into the little pocket dimension,
Okay.
which may cause a problem because it's a pocket dimension in the gray.
Yes. That's interesting. Okay. I'm gonna come back to that. Okay, Alarian. Rowan, what are you doing?
I am out of options. Everything that would allow me to conveniently not be touched by a creature like this is 5th level or higher. So I'm just gonna
And Danton's like, come
hide.
on.
Can right, because Rowan could use your rope trick.
It
right?
holds
Yeah.
like eight or 9 people. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I follow Tantan through the rope trick, I guess.
Tenta made a 1-person rope trick. Sorry, no room. We're full up. Sorry.
Okay.
It's only 3 inches.
So a couple of things to note. Alarian, as you climb into the air with Nisiana, you are both uncomfortably aware of simply 15 feet above your head
Yeah.
the zapping clouds
Yeah.
that are like right above you. So there's that. So that's lovely. Rowan and Tanton. So the rope trick sort of works in that you are able to climb up to the rope, but when you get to the top of it, as opposed to the pocket dimension that you're used to, said dimension is apparently translucent. So it's like you're sitting on a glass bottom boat. So you go up and you can see directly below you everything that's happening, not just like through the opening of the rope trick, but like the entire thing. And you get the feeling that probably it goes both ways. You think that everything could see you too, as you can see them. Merime, you in the meantime, having been abandoned, tactically retreated from all of your friends. Yeah. The creatures come zooming up to you. Okay, now I need checks from everybody. I'm going to start with Tanton. Tanton, I would like you to make a... I'm going to have you make an Arcana check for me, please.
All right. Ooh, that was a close to an actual 20.
Okay, still pretty decent,
13,
though.
yeah.
Rowan, I need you, please, to make a stealth check for me.
Stealth, you say?
Yes.
Okay.
A 6, okay?
Cool, grand. I will let it stand.
Okay. Alarian, I am going to need you to make for me... I'm going to have you make a stealth check for me. Nisiana, I want you to make a perception check for me, please.
I echo Rowan's stealth. Okay. Oh God. Okay, my roll was good.
Yeah, it was.
My roll was good.
It looked for a minute. I was like, wait, what? But actually, that's fine.
Right?
Right. Okay.
Apparently, I'm a little bit more concerned about suddenly my sister's alone.
Apparently
down
so.
there.
Going
Merime.
fuck.
She'll be fine. She's fine.
Merime, I
got
need
this.
you to make a survival check for me, which is based on wisdom.
Oh no.
Okay.
You got this.
I'm good in survival, actually. She said that before rolling. 21.
Damn.
Once
there you
again, I
are.
want to point out to chat, this is a group check, right? So 3-2. The Pride of Lions, for that is indeed what they are, Warforged lions, come circling around you. And if any of you have seen, and I hope you all have, and if not, go do so, the Two Towers, you'll remember that there is a sequence where the men of Rohan circle around Legolas and Gimli and Aragorn. That's exactly what happens here. Like the lions just sort of circle around, and it's a good 10 of them, Merime, these large Warforged lions. And you can see as they are acting like lions, but they all, as they tilt their heads, they have these glittering green gem eyes. And as they sort of tilt their head and look at you, you can see their tails, their manes kind of rustle. And instead of the rustling of what is hair, you hear the tinkling of what sounds like metal scraping against metal, maybe even crystalline coming from their tails. And they all walk up to you and they sniff you. And as they sniff you, you hear this tick, 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 like a tinkling almost. Ding. from somewhere deep inside. And they look up at you and then slightly back up and then gallop away off to the south.
I look at everyone else up there in the pocket dimension.
Do you even know that they're up there? Or are you just sort of like
Well, I'd look
Well,
back and
I mean, if there's no one else around, at some point she's gonna look up because she knows I
Eventually,
fly.
okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
Or you can use the mind like, where the hell did you guys go?
So silently, Nisiana freaking panicking. Like all you get in her brain is no. Oh.
And Larian says, "Yeah, I told you she'd be fine."
Oh. Oh. She's just like
And I will descend back to the ground now that the danger seems to have passed. And besides, I would have landed on one of them, so
there were 10
one of them out.
Right
And you could handle the
beside me.
other 9, obviously.
How many of them could
We
you
believe
handle?
in you.
Even at my best, I could have handled twice that many.
Well, I mean, this turned out okay. Maybe we should keep going before they change their minds and come back, though.
Nisiana gets down from Alarian's grasp and like grabs you. It's just like, oh my god. That was the worst.
But also, they were so pretty. Did you hear the way they tinkle? That was amazing. Like
No, not over the
music.
screaming in my head.
Well, that's fair. That is fair. My head went blank. This was, yeah.
I'm sure if it had my head in its jaw, I would hear that sound a whole lot clearer from the resonating chest that is collapsing around my being and taking my life. But other than that, I'm fine with never hearing that sound again.
And Alarian is looking like the trail they made in the grass. Like, yes, they're truly magnificent creatures.
So maybe we should follow their back trail.
I mean, it would probably be easier traveling, at the very least.
Which way are they going? Are they going?
Yeah,
They were going where you just came from.
Oh.
So in the general direction of the flying cat bat thing?
No,
Ish?
No,
they're
where
going
we
that.
came.
They're going back the other way.
No, I know, but they came. Which? Okay, I'm sorry. Which direction did they come from?
They
pass
came
us?
from here,
Uh,
the north
don't wanna
into
go there,
your
there's
house.
we're technically going off here if we're still following
Yeah.
the creature.
I think
so
we should.
I agree.
Besides, we heard the giant flying thing over there.
Over-
with the
yeah,
roaring.
yeah.
Let's not go there.
Although, is it possible it's the dragon that we are going to encounter 5 days from now, and therefore the apprentice?
Oh, because that's true. The apprentice was on a dragon.
But right, a big mechano dragon. So
Right.
Maybe.
Maybe
the little cat was bringing him some tools. Who else would a little cat, adorable flying mechanical cat, be bringing tools for here? So if we follow the mechanical cat, it might lead us to him.
I mean, the Lord of Blades may have aesthetics for his messengers. Who knows?
He's not here yet.
Not yet.
That's true. That's true. He's got to arrive. So I still say we follow the cat's path, and
Yes.
then it's taking us sort of closer to the roaring wing thing. So if we want to scoot over there later, we still have time.
Yeah, let's see. The little cat would look adorable with a ribbon. Nisiana, you have to see this thing.
Okay. We can
So,
follow.
yeah. All right, we're gonna head up toward this hex next.
Okay. As you do so, you hear another roar overhead coming from here again. And as you move into this, as you move into the this hex, you notice something quite different, which is that the land here is dotted with heaps of scrap metal, and it's wreathed in alchemical smoke. If you had to guess, this almost looks like a junkyard. In fact, it reminds you a little bit of the junkyard in which Big Mo outside Salvation was originally found. A bit like that, except this one is wreathed in alchemical smoke. And as you are sort of walking into the area, there are a couple of things that you notice. The first is that there is a lot of what you would describe as kind of like sort of barbed wire, maybe might be the way to describe it. But as that's kind of around a bunch of the heaps. It seems odd. It's almost like it's cordoning off the scrap somehow. So there's barbed wire around the scrap. And occasionally you hear like the buzzing of electrical strikes from somewhere further in. But this basically does look like some kind of junkyard that you're passing through. So you could try to search it, or do whatever you want as you go through.
Arcane insight on this, just this general area, like go up to outside the barbed wire.
Okay.
And then like arcane insight one of the heaps of metal. See, is it
So you
strong
mean like
magic,
above,
zero magic?
above the barbed wire? Are you talking about?
Well, no, I'm just standing on the other side of it.
Okay.
Not above it. I'm just standing on the other side of it, and then just trying to like focus on the heap beyond.
How close are you to the barbed wire?
5 feet away.
Okay. When you get within 5 feet, I'm going to give you your thing first, which is there is definitely arcane insight does what again? Remind me. Sorry. Just quickly.
Advantage on Arcana checks. It will naturally sense hubs of magic.
That's what I thought.
Basically, yeah.
Yes, there is unquestionably some strong source of magic somewhere in this scrapyard, for sure. And as you're coming to that conclusion, suddenly the barbed wire tries to wrap itself around you.
Hey.
So I need you, please, to make a dexterity check to get out of the way of this living barbed wire.
Oh my god.
So this is an attack focused on me and me alone.
Yes, because you're the one standing 5 feet
right.
away.
Okay. Well, this is actually. Okay. Oh, I guess it's armor class. So it doesn't. Yeah, that's fine. No, any dexterity saving throw. Okay, good. So you get a +3. All right, awesome. So it's actually this is going to be the roll +3. So I'm able to like deflect with my shield. 21.
Okay. Yes, you managed to duck out of the way.
Right.
And it's very much like almost like a dog on a chain, like reaching at you. That's what the wire does. It doesn't stretch out, tries to like reach at you, and then as you move away, it like kind of
coils back up, and like retracts basically.
That's
okay,
right.
All right. I share with the rest of the group that there is some sort of magical source within this area that I think was an offshoot of it as a defense mechanism. It's feasible this whole place may be pseudo-alive, like the barbed wire is part of a larger being in here. But that's a guess on my part.
I have a question that I don't want to actually test, which is, did it come after you because you're Warforged, or would it come after anybody at all?
I believe it was a proximity reaction. That if anyone goes up that close to it, it will attack.
Okay.
But again, I agree. We should not test that because I could probably take that damage a lot better than any of you could. And I preferred not to take it. It did not look good.
How tall is the barbed wire barrier?
About 3 feet. Not that high.
So, but it's ringing these sections, so there's like a path.
Yes.
Through it.
You'll have to make checks, but yes.
Of course. Joy.
So assuming you're doing that, Alarian, I'm going to say you've already succeeded at it, but I would like the other 4 of you, if you're doing this, to make dexterity checks as you pass through. Also, I would like all of you as well to make investigation checks for me. So I need a dex check and I need an investigation check from everybody. Okay. Sounds good, Hilness. Sleep well.
Night, Hilness.
Okay.
Dex
That's
11, investigation 17.
Okay. Dex 11, investigation 17.
Hey, good rolls. Except for my crappy investigation.
4.
Terrible.
13.
My investigation is technically 16 because I got +1 on that for Jack of all trades.
Right, okay. So for dexterity checks, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the dexterity thing I think everyone makes with no problem. Although, am I missing somebody? I was missing somebody. Okay, so Rowan's got a 14. Yeah, so the dexterity things are fine. You're able to stay away from these. In fact, Rowan, at one point when you think you have nimbly ducked out of the way of a barbed wire wall, you end up almost stepping right into, you hear this, and then there's this little explosion of explosive gas next to you as you step out of the way. Lovely place that you got here. Rodents of unusual size? I don't think they exist. No, that one does not show up. However,
Also, I use Tides of Chaos for my investigation. So anytime I use Tides of Chaos from this point onward, I owe you a wild magic.
gotcha. So that gave you the 14 on the
Yeah.
on investigation. Okay. So I would say that Merime, Tantin. Let's see, who are the ones that? Oh, actually, Merime is the one who notices this. The others do not. But Merime, you see.
I had 17.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have a 17? Oh, I didn't
at the
see it there.
top,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
My fault. Nisiana Merime, the two of you see peeking through this mess of scrap and barbed wire and explosive gases. You see what looks like a little shack that has a glowing, what looks like a chimney that is putting out fumes into the air.
Little
it
as
is-
in 2 feet or little as
No,
in...
little as in bigger than that. I don't know. It's maybe 8 feet tall, by
Okay.
8 feet wide or something like that. But it's definitely compared to the scraps of metal around it. But it's more or less in the direct center, you would say.
It's like somebody's living in there.
Or something, but yes.
We'll point it out to everybody else. Over there. Like that.
Thing. In the middle of the quote unquote scrapyard. Ours is it surrounded by more of this barbed wire?
No, that spot, it's surrounded by scrap, which is itself surrounded by barbed wire. But it, you notice, has some
It is technically open.
distance. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Right.
Logic says that the barbed wire is protecting what's in the middle of this from what's outside of it. I don't know if that logic is correct, but perhaps the one who lives in that shack could be helpful.
I mean,
I'm inclined to agree
mm-hmm.
that we should at least investigate it and see who or what is inside. Maybe your winged cat came here. It's entirely possible.
Agreed.
Rowan, do you want to join us in the next hex, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. No, that
Okay.
yeah, I agree. I think we should investigate. I don't like. Speaking of cats without wings,
So you come up to, yep. So you come up to the shack. All right, now there is a small little kind of wood metal door that's in the front. Looks kind of like a piece of scrap metal itself, honestly. But the door, and you can definitely feel a little bit of warmth even from the inside of this shack.
is it generally warm out? I didn't ask about the temperature out here. I can't remember if you said anything about it. I mean, it's like
Well,
foliage
there's
and
lava
jungle
Lava.
right
grass.
there.
Yeah, so
fairly
warm.
warm as
It's
it is.
pretty
Yeah.
warm. Okay.
Yep. And it's also, you notice the door is slightly ajar.
It could have been a cool type of lava. You never know.
Mhm.
I'm given the predilection of things to electrocute. I'm not gonna. I suggest we don't open this with like an actual hand. If one of you has like mage hand or one of those
I mean, only
telekinetic
one of my hands are actual,
thing.
and I grab it with my mechanical arm.
If it's already cracked, why don't we just peek into it?
Your call. I too large. I'm gonna stand back and let you all figure out who or what is inside. Plus, if someone reacts poorly to their door, something being opened, I mean, it's your face. That's all I'm saying.
Rowan already said he grabbed it.
I
so-
know.
Yeah, but my hand is already on the thing.
Hey,
Let us experience consequences.
Okay.
that is your
Rowan?
raison d'etre. I know.
Rowan, you open the door. You do not have any consequences when you grab it. And when you open it, you see someone, humanoid figure, turned away from you. And they seem to be humming to themselves.
I want to quietly approach this figure from behind.
Okay. Okay. He seems to be, or they seem to be, standing over a workbench of some kind. And you can see all manner of like gears and gems and like little bits and sprockets and springs and things like that. And the person seems to be working with a little gem hammer and just And you can see to the
Do
right.
I get the
Yeah,
I
go
get the vaguest sense, given like the shape of the thing that he's working on, what is the next tool or piece that is on the table that he will need to work on the thing?
Probably. That looks like he's working on inserting that gem or doing something to it so it can be inserted into what looks for all the world like a mechanical plant. Like, and there's a little gap where you see this gem could be. So it's a little wrench that you see next to it that you might take a guess that he might need next.
Cool. I pocket the wrench.
Okay. So he reaches out. And he kind of strange. And he turns around and you see.
Looking for this?
And you see this person. It looks for all the world like someone who has some human, but also some mechanical features. You think you've seen this person before. And he looks at you and he has this little monocle, this sort of red monocle and a chain that you can see, and he kind of drops it and he says, "Well, I believe you have my wrench."
Is that Skylark's dad?
I
And
do.
he says, "It would appreciate it very much if I could have it, and
Sky
then we
Blue.
can talk."
Sorry, Sky Blue's dad.
Yeah, I wasn't sure
My
which
name
one you were
is
referring to.
Garvin Irgelios. Welcome
Oh,
to the
Oh.
Glass Cavern, which is a perfect place for
You.
us to end our session.
Oh, of course.
We will begin next week with our discussion with Garvin Irgelios, who you should know the name
Who
of.
has not met us yet until this first time, the
Nope.
only time.
I do want in a cinematic sense to close with a line, if that
Sure,
makes
sure,
sense.
sure, please, please, please.
I just like after the immediate shock of discovering that this is Garvin Argelius, I just like as the camera pans to everyone else slowly entering behind me, I just say, "Oh, you're Garvin? You're about to be our friend."
Freeze frame, chips free frame. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I have never had the opportunity to run a somewhat extended time travel sequence, and I love being able to do this with this crew because in a way it is sort of the final frontier for them, having accomplished a great deal else. How will they also conquer the streams of time? So, in this mysterious, odd place. Yeah, we've already met, just not yet. Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. So I can't wait to see what these folks get up to next week. It's gonna be a lot of fun. All right, I will begin as I move back over to the cams only. I will begin with Larian at the bottom right of the ziggurat. John, good stuff today with Alarian. I want to thank you for, just testing out to make sure how those clouds looked above the cavern. Just to get a good
You're
sense
welcome.
of,
You're welcome.
where all that is.
Lightning rod, that's me.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's exactly right. And there are a couple of individual things that I will call out, but I have to say what I really liked about this session personally was watching, watching all of you work as a collective to be able to make some decisions about, like, should we talk to the Oracle of War? Should we do, stuff like that? How do you want to approach dealing with the Titan? How do you want to, the Colossus? How do we want to deal with getting into the cavern? Like, what about, do we go towards where the cat and the bat went? What about that roaring thing? Like, everyone was very much sort of collectively working together on this, and I thought that was a lot of fun to watch. And so I guess in that spirit, I will ask John how you felt about the collective group work today, including Alarian's part in it, and how did you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, it's always the best bad decision we ever make.
That's
so we
it.
narrow it down to those best bad decisions then to make it. So yeah, but obviously the I don't know, advanced directive of the Oracle of War. Like, oh, that was new, so that was very interesting, and the whole thing there. And I fully expected. I mean, look, if you want the side adventure to be the quest to free the djinns from the Oracle of War at level 20, I can get behind that. A lot of fun. So yeah, obviously the interplay between all of us is, I think, one of the strengths of this group entirely. So it's always fun us trying to come up with ideas and some very off the wall ones, and then not trying to shoot them down, but playing the characters as well. that's not going to work in here. So I think why? So I was like, well, I'll just do the easy way, and that's zip, and we get there. We get there, and half the fun though for us, I think, is the journey. So and I can't wait because we play again next week. So yay! Obviously, new and weird, exciting places you always take us are. We take us to the loveliest places. This is no exception.
Broad tour of Eberron,
cloud killy living clouds above us, notwithstanding.
Yeah.
But of course, a blast as always, and I can't wait to hear the conversation. And if we do actually find out what makes the wing beating Rory thing over there, which I do think is his dragon, but I don't know. We'll find out. I will be at Adepticon in about 2.5 weeks down in Milwaukee. It is the start of our convention season. Catalyst Game Labs will be there. It's a big tabletop, a lot of fun. Those of you in the Chicago area, or I don't know, make the trek from Detroit or Madison or somewhere. So it's a great time. It is a good time. We'll be there playing games. I think Leviathans is finally going to be there for sale. I think I probably shouldn't say that out loud, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be at last. It's been a long road. BattleTech and books will be there. Authors will be there. I'll be there. We'll have a lot of fun. So that is I want to say March 23rd to the 26th, I think. But you can find it online at Adepticon. So if you're in the area at that point, drop in and say hello. So,
awesome.
Other than that, I'm really looking forward to continuing this next week.
Yeah, me too. Awesome stuff, John. I'm glad. I cannot wait to see how things go next week. Thank you. Good work today, as always. Jen, same situation with Nisiana. Again, Nisiana was working with everybody else. You did have, of course, this moment between yourself and Merime where Nisiana was talking about, like, so you're planning on just leaving, and then being like, oh, yeah, like, well, you were letting, well, you underestimate yourself. No, you underestimate yourself, and everyone's like the mutual admiration society that goes on between the two sisters. But I think in addition to that, there is the sort of broader base question of what the group is going to do tactically and what is at stake. The whole time stream thing and, as you said, having faith in Eberron, how does that operate in terms of Eberron theoretically is beyond time, one would assume. But, what happens if time sort of brings us down a different path and so forth. So I'm interested to see how Nisiana navigates some of that. But in particular, I just thought it was interesting today, besides the sister conversation, again, about the way that you were part of the ensemble, figuring out whether to do this, how to ask the Oracle in the first place. Then, yes, let's go into the past. How do we deal with the Colossus and all that stuff that we've just talked about? So it was a collective effort in that regard also. How did you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I actually really enjoyed this session. This was a good RP session. I already know Merime and Nisiana have two divergent thoughts of what they are doing, and that is going to be a great conversation in the future. But she really meant it when she had faith in Eberron and faith that their fates were all entwined together. Mm-hmm. So that's why she was asking Rowan, what would you do? Because he's their wild card. Mia Tanton, what would you do? Rowan is the wild card. He will think illogically, which means the Lord of Blades is not going to think like he thinks. Perfect. Whereas once we get there, Mia Tanton will think like an artificer and will do the things that we need to do. And her job is to just try and keep everybody alive and keep the faith. So I really enjoyed this session. Boy, she and Merime are going to have an argument in the future. Could be a great argument.
I can't wait.
So, this next week, I am going to be heads down deadline mode on a novel. You guys are going to be lucky if I'm coherent next week. I'm also, hopefully, going to start hearing about actually what we need to do next about the kitchen, because I literally, from the ground up, need to rebuild my kitchen. Like, I'm literally down to the studs. If you want to know more, just go to jenniferbrozak.com. There's a blog post. There are pictures. Get on my newsletter. There's going to be even more pictures. The cats are all dysregulated because nothing is right.
Yeah.
Everything has changed. So, but since I only have a week to think about it, I'm like, kitchen, novel. If anything else is on fire, it has to be on fire elsewhere because I don't have the spoons to deal with it.
And your water is going to, making your kitchen functional and not.
Yeah,
you know.
I have to tell you, after 3 weeks without a sink, without a kitchen sink, I am so grateful
Yeah,
for a kitchen sink.
yeah.
You have no idea
Yeah,
how,
yeah.
or you might have an idea of
Well, I mean,
how
a little one.
grateful.
Like, I was without water of any kind for 3 days other than bottled water that we brought in. So, like,
Yeah.
getting our showers back on, I was like, yes, thank God,
Yeah, I mean, I miss my dishwasher, but let me tell you, the kitchen sink, I am like,
Yeah.
I have a new appreciation for that. But I mean, everybody wants the kitchen sink. We just don't want, oops, now you have a new kitchen. We want to be able to plan the new kitchen. We don't want, oops, now you have to have a new kitchen.
Yeah.
Later this week, I will be putting out another blog post about my recommendations for other people's Hugo noms, poetry, fan writer, novelette, podcast. So I'll be able to show you guys that next week, and hopefully during this week, we're going to get the 3 feet of snow in the mountains, not here, in the mountains.
With the
So I
snowpack.
actually have a snowpack.
Yeah.
And we're not going to be in a drought all next summer. So yeah, lots of things are happening. And I'm really, God, I can't believe you stopping us right there. Meanie.
You know the drill. That way, the next chapter, everyone's really excited to pick it up. You know
Yeah.
all about that. But thanks, Jen. Good stuff tonight. Brandon, again, good stuff from Rowan. I like the idea that there is, that Rowan is, again, there's a, this isn't the right term, but there's a controlled recklessness in, you talk about recklessness all the time. There is a certain level of control to it. It almost reminds me a bit of like Drunken Master, kung fu form, but it's in the wild magic thing where like it's crazy like a fox, it's supposed to be a little bit off. And so I think it's a good instinct, for example, to walk up to the guy, take the wrench, and then say, are you looking for this? With the instinct that this probably isn't someone like, my wrench, like turns into a mechanical werewolf or something. Like, you pretty much knew that there was something unusual about this person, and this was a way to be in contact with them. And other examples of things like this. The idea of you being maybe the conduit, as people said, between the Oracle of Bones and the Oracle of War and all that stuff. So it's been interesting to see that level of development on Rowan's part as well. And now, you're back in time 5 days and, have to figure out how to keep from interfering with the time stream. And just like you all said, it's just another Tuesday, right? Like with the King's Citadel. And here's Rowan again with this crew doing what they have to do. But it's sort of the controlled recklessness seemed to fit for me in this. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Time heist. This is fun for me. I didn't expect time travel to be here, and now it's here, and this is rad. Everything about this session so far has actually been very neat. I like that this is the way that we meet Garvin. Because I feel like I've accidentally just kind of lucked into the sub-narrative of Rowan inexplicably having pleasant interactions with tinkerers only after having stolen or broken something from them.
It's funny. I met someone else this way. It all started like, right? Yeah.
This is Silvering Moran all over again. So I'm very excited to see where this goes. I have no idea how we get out of the thing. We are here 5 days in advance. Does that mean that we have to like hide in a cave in this thing for 4 days? So that's going to be entertaining to discover as well. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Hi everyone, my name is Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. Before I tell you where you can find me all over the internet, I suddenly remembered when Greg made his as is his wont, made a reference to Lord of the Rings. I remembered another media thing that happened several weeks ago that I wanted to pester Greg about. So I've been watching season 2 of an Apple TV show called Hijack.
Okay.
It is a lot of fun. If you ever want to see Idris Elba play a very tired business negotiator who's put in a position to pretend to hijack a train in Berlin, it is kind of fun. But The ending song for one of the episodes is a song by a rock band called Stonehenge that is titled King of the Golden Hall.
Oh, nice.
So I imagine just mentioning the title, you immediately know what the thing is that happens in
Theoden
the
brings
song.
it down, rocks it up. Let's go. King of the Golden Hall.
It is kind of fun.
Medusant. Yeah.
It literally opens with that poem in Lord of the Rings that describes all of the rings of power. It is kind of fun. I heard
Nice.
it and immediately thought, this is the kind of song that if Greg never heard before, it is a thing that he should actually listen
I
to.
have to check it
So
out.
I think
Yeah.
yeah, so that was rad. But yes, you can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. I have a website that is also my newsletter at brandonobrien.xyz. At the exact same time that John Helfers will be at Adepticon, I will be at least like 2 states away in the other direction. I will be at PAX East. Lord willing and the creek don't rise, I plan to be at PAX East that exact same weekend to run some demos of the Grey Shade RPG. Gregory Wilson will also be there very briefly and intermittently because he has made the reckless decision to continue teaching during that week.
I mean,
yes, still have a job apparently. I'm happy for you.
I could just
But
take
yes,
the time off. We haven't missed anything this semester. Oh, wait. Like,
oh god.
so much weather. Anyway.
But yes, I'm very much looking forward to that. So if you will be in the area, it would be very dope if you came and if not, experience a demo of Grey Shade, take lots of photos of Grey Shade so other people know that Grey Shade exists, because that would be really cool. Among all of the other things that I will be doing, is a couple of things that are secret, and I can't wait to announce those things. But also, I will be running a Clarion West speculative poetry workshop in the first weekend of April.
Nice.
So please look out for that if you are interested in learning more about speculative poetry. And speaking of speculative poetry, since people are looking for things to nominate for Hugos, a reminder that I actually wrote a lot of things that are poetry related for the Hugos. So if you want to nominate any of the poems that I wrote for the second Best Poem Hugo Special Category Award, or I have just been alerted by several of the people who actually worked at Seattle Worldcon that my column on the Seattle Worldcon blog, Converse, makes me eligible for Best Fan Writer.
Oh, cool.
I thought it was Best Related Work the entire time, but it totally escaped me. Best Fan Writer would actually be really cool, especially if I get to tell people about poetry. So that is a thing that you can nominate me for as well, if you are interested, and if you can nominate for the
You really need to have an eligibility post by next week.
I do. I just need to update the tweet and actually put something on my blog. But I will make sure that happens.
Yeah, because
Please and thank you.
I would have thought it would have been best related work also. I didn't realize it would have been.
So did I. I'm pretty sure it counts, but I can't be nominated for both.
Well, so I will say this. I like Trish Matson. Is one of the people that I'm going to be recommending for fan writer, but I'm pulling out her specific article on Joe Clayton for best related work. So you can do that.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yes. So you can nominate me for Best Fan Writer, and you can nominate the Converse series on the Seattle Worldcon blog for best related work. And also you can nominate the poem that I used to announce the winner of the Best Poem Hugo Award last year for the Best Poem Hugo Award this year. I think that would be really funny.
It's true. We have this massive, by the way, explosion of like Hugo talent besides all the people mentioned. So like Triffid with that, Prince Justin with that, Brandon with that. Like, I mean, we have a whole bunch of things. If we could can we get the audio? Is there like a Hugo audio category? Like for
not for the Hugos, no.
That's
what the Audies report.
Best related has to be nonfiction.
We got to get an Audie for Trend. Just separately, we need to get Trend Audie awards for the Grey Shade, Renegade, and Heretic. Like, no joke. Like, Trend did an amazing job of this stuff. Just while we're on the subject of awards. But anyway, sorry. Back to Hugos. Go ahead, Brian.
But yes, I think that's pretty much everything with me. So I hope to see you all at PAX East at some point. But other than that, I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Good stuff. Thanks, Brandon. Good work today from Rowan. Marie, great work as always from Merime. Again, I want to highlight the sisters' conversation, which was very much enjoyable. I was curious to see about how things were going to go and who was going to take the oath with the Oracle of War, and the fact that Merime stepped forward and was like, I'm going to do that, was interesting. And clearly made it so that you could now, you were able to focus in on who you were. Anyway, so I really enjoyed the conversation with the sisters, and also, of course, it was important for you to be able to do the invisibility thing. I saw every one of the casters like recalculating what they could do. They're like, I can't do all right, so I can do this at what level? And again, it's not that you can't do it, it's that there's a time travel consequence. There may be the need where it's like, Superman had to decide if he was going to reverse time and, save Lois Lane. I mean, like, everyone has tough decisions to go through.
I will note that life transference is level 4.
Excellent.
What is Aura of Life?
4.
Okay. See? So it's fine.
Actually, life transference is level 3. Aura of Life is level 4.
Okay. Yeah, so it's fine.
I figured this is good because then we get to keep like our higher level spells for when time realigns and we're faced off with the Lord of Blades.
Yeah, exactly. And everything is that's absolutely right. But I enjoy that quite a bit, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Merime gets up to next. How did you feel about today's session, Marie? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a good time. I had a really good time. It was a lot of fun. I love the RP, of course, as always, and it was just like, I don't know, it's like we had this like massive battle over the last few sessions, right? And here it was like, okay, we're still running into like danger, but we're also time traveling, and that's kind of cool. And it wasn't like on our Eberron bingo cards or whatever that is.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like it almost feels like a little respite, even though it's not. It still feels a little bit like one, because the levels of battles are different for the moment.
Sure.
So I'm quite enjoying it. I didn't know that Merime was going to take the oath either. I was honestly thinking Rowan would, or Ilarion. Ilarion loves taking oaths.
He has an oath with somebody else already.
He does. I know. And then
You're muted,
John.
He's
I'm
gonna take an
oath blocked. Yeah, I can't.
You're oath blocked. That's right.
They said I couldn't. I already have one. Yes.
Well, and then I was like, Tanton and Nisiana already took oaths to their houses in a way, and then Rowan and I are the only two who I don't think had a lot of oaths kind of dangling about, even though you've been playing with the House of Shadows, or whatever they're called. You haven't taken
Is that an oath?
It's not an oath yet.
Or is
You're
that just me
playing with
making
them.
mischief? Fair enough.
Making friends. So then I didn't know. So I was watching how it was going to play, but then Merime said, Anisiana said, I would, if I could, basically. And then she was trying to, like, I don't know if it was in character or if it was Jen talking it up, but I took it as character. But you were debating whether or not you could. Like, does my Eberron, does it count, or does it? And then Merime was like, no, you're not taking an oath. Screw that, because your house is all screwed up, man. You gotta work with that. So, like, that's why she stepped up at the end. So I didn't know she was gonna do it. I thought that was fun.
It's impressive. I will take it, though I do not know the way. And, Tanton closed his eyes, sadly, and turned to face Merime. And, that's how it all went down.
Just like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I had a great time. I'm very excited to see what else we will find in this mysterious area. I enjoyed the Pride of Lions too, and everybody's gone.
You're like, wait a minute, yeah. It was amazing. On two occasions, you all just got past a group check. But I love the image of you standing there with all these things around you, with everyone like,
Are you ready, guys?
15
guys,
feet, Ilarion flying up in the air, and then like Tanton and Rowan in the busted rope trick thing, looking down at the thing.
It made me think of like in Justice League. I don't know which version. I don't know. I watched it with my brother. But at one point, everybody, like Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, they're all gone, and it's just the Flash. And they're like, "Oh wow, they're just gone."
Yeah.
So it made me think of that. It's like, it's just me. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, I had a great time. So thank you. This was a lot of fun. Thank you all. I'm excited we're playing next week. It will be fun to hang out again, see what's going on, see what we'll discover, see what great discussions we're gonna have, because the sisters Jen and I were talking in the back end, and we both interpreted things completely differently, which is going to be great. So that will be fun. And next, I'm going to a writing retreat. So between Eberrons, I am leaving. I am abandoning everything and everyone. Um, and I am going to a cottage with one of my good friends, Lydia M. Hawk, who writes Cronlet. It was amazing. There's a hot tub, there's a fireplace, there's booze. I'm sure we'll get lots done. But and I'm going to work on one project that I have been putting aside in favor of other really cool stuff. I've got too much coolness on my plate. It's a problem. So I'm going to be gone for a whole week. I'm very excited. And I will be back though in time for next Eberron. So it's like an in-between Eberron thing because I've got good priorities, right? Uh, and that's it. You can find me here next week. I will even be very quiet on social media because I will be in a hot tub with whiskey, and I got this like wine from Quebec I was just meandering about there today, and I got this like sparkly white wine that is maple and raspberry. So like
Wow.
don't at me next week. Don't at me.
You went and you did this before, right? Marie?
Maple
You've done this.
alcohol.
You've done this trip before. That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
we've done this trip. We do it typically every year at this time, and this year we weren't going to do it because we're going to TriCon and we're road tripping together to Halifax. But 2 weeks ago, I kind of had a moment of like, I need this thing, and then I texted her at like 9 p.m. She's like, I need this too, and then we booked it the next morning. It was
that's cool.
yeah, it's cool. So it's the right person, the right space. It's gonna be very productive. All jokes aside, about the hot tub. Yeah, it's gonna be quite productive.
It's gonna be productive whiskey and hot tub. But
Hey, that's where you brainstorm.
Yeah,
That's where we go like, you know what I think about your character? I think they're great, and I think you're underestimating them. So you just go back in there
Just go
and
back
you
there and do
write
it.
it.
That's funny.
And then we both stumble out and go there.
I have no doubt it will be valuable and have a very restful and productive time at the same time, Marie.
Thank you,
And
my
I look
friend.
forward to seeing you next weekend.
Me too.
But thank you. Last but certainly not least, Tren, also great work today from Tanton. And again, I'm very interested to see how this conversation is going to go with this person who is an apprentice of someone that Tanton knows really well, and they've allegedly already met, even though that this person is not going to know that obviously yet. So that's going to be very interesting. But also, you are in a place now that is sort of just surrounded, but it's like Warforged Jurassic Park, right? Like a place where you would presumably, the House Kenneth would have some knowledge of some of these things. And as you were talking about looking up at the Colossus, how it's built and everything, so a place that you spent some time inside during the last battle, actually, when you were trying to deal with it. So I'm very curious to see how Tanton deals with all of that. And of course, this guy is the one that gave you the flower, which you must have given to him. So there's a bunch of things to make sure that all the timey-wimey stuff syncs up.
Yep.
So I'm interested to see how that goes, and I'm curious how you felt about today's session and where the fine folks will find you next.
It was, as always, great. It's just, I love playing with this group. It's just because we each, I feel like I said this on Tuesday as well, but we each have little facets that we kind of bring to the table, but they interconnect so well. Even when they're not interconnecting well, it still works well because it furthers the plot.
Yeah.
And everybody in this call understands plot and how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
And it's like when people are telling me, it's like, you play D&D with a bunch of authors? I'm like, yes, I do. It's like, what's that like? I'm like, dude, you could not imagine. It's just, it's so cool to and yeah, it's okay. It's all right. Where will people see me next? Or hear me next, possibly? 2 weeks ish, around the 20th or so, maybe, is when my next short story with or my narration of a short story for Pseudopod will be coming out. That'll be Bad Doors.
That's John Bliswell's thing, right?
Yeah. It is so good. Well, it's good, but a lot of it takes place. Well, it all takes place during the pandemic. So there's a little bit of Oh God, I remember that. Oh my God, And so
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
shit. And there's one part right in the middle that I actually had kind of a hard time narrating because there was such an emotional context to it. It was just like, oh God, oh, I remember that feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's very, very good. Anyway, so that'll be that. Um, After that, I think the thing is due in July, so it's going to be a while before it actually gets published. But Richard Dansky has written several werewolf short stories for Pseudopod that I have narrated them all, and he's written a fourth one that is pretty good. It's the one I'm the one I'm reading that I'm doing my pre-read now. I've already done it, but I just need to narrate. But there was a point where one of the characters, I just like, hi, oh my God. Ooh. And so I sent him a message on a private message on Blue Sky that it's like somebody writing on the chalkboard 10,000 times. It's like, I will not lust after Vic. I will not lust after Vic. I will not lust after Vic. And it's like, dot, 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 fuck. And so he responds with, wow.
That's funny.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Good stuff. And he is also in the Gen Con Writers Symposium, which
Yes,
I
he
should
is.
mention, by the way. This is not available for public consumption quite yet, but I'm just going to give a little bit of a sneak peek tease that two of the people in this call, who may or may not rhyme with Ben Brozick and Blandon O'Brien, may be playing some tabletop stuff at a certain convention that takes place in Indianapolis in August, along with some other people. So just letting you all know that may be happening. Just be aware that could occur.
I think you mean Blendianapolis.
Well, yeah, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Blen in Blendianapolis in the month of August. Yeah.
Right.
But anyway, so just a note, because Richard Dansky is also part of the symposium, so it reminded me. But
if you could get him to come play, oh man.
Yeah, that would be figuring out how to get everyone's schedule coordinated.
That would be fun.
But yeah, that's interesting. I'll consider it. We do have a group of probably, well, if this were even happening, Chad, this is all hypotheticals, but we may have a group of the usual suspects that have been in previous sessions that may be coming again for this one. Just saying, like it could be happening. Anyway, but this group that we've got right here is going to be with us next week for more of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. So, great work today, crew. I'm excited to see as we continue the final part of Eberron Oracle of War with Back to the Mud. And chat, can we get some love for the awesome Infinity and Beyond group of Trendane Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and John Helfers. Great work, crew. Thank you all, King Citadel. And I will see you folks back here in 1 week. Bye for now.
Bye.
Alrighty. Man, I love the music effects, like all of the, like, it's actually an ice cavern one, but it works perfectly for this because of like the smashing of crystal and all that kind of good stuff. So fun stuff. Man, I have really been enjoying absolutely every campaign I'm doing for all kinds of different reasons. And I really have, enjoyed playing a very high level campaign that we've got here as we move into the final stages right now of that campaign and what is involved with it in this setting. Because I also always wanted to play in a setting of Eberron, which was my favorite sort of non-traditional D&D setting was Eberron, and I'm glad that I've gotten the chance to do that. It's been as good as advertised, I think, despite a lot of connective tissue work that I've had to do with this particular campaign. But it's been worth it, and I'm very excited to see how things finish up with all of the sort of seeds that have been planted by this group earlier on. We will have played... Actually, I'm curious about this. Let me just look quickly. Let's see, videos here. Let me see. We have been playing this campaign of Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. We have been playing this since... Okay, there's my thing. Day one, or season one of Oracle of War began on May 15th, 2022. So this will have taken us just about 4 years to get through. But I have to say, 4 years to go from level 1 to level 20, that's not bad. When you're playing once to twice a month and you're getting an average of 5 levels a year, not bad. I think we've made some very good progress in that time. But it is interesting that this happened basically in the aftermath of the pandemic in 2022, when the pandemic was on the way out, more or less. That was when we started this, and here we are in 2026, and we are going to be wrapping it up. I've been trying to kind of estimate when that is. It depends obviously on what they do. They made pretty good progress today. If they can do that over the next few sessions, then I could see this wrapping up possibly in April, or maybe there might be a finale around ArvCon or right thereafter. I don't totally know yet. But we will see. I am excited to see whatever this crew gets up to. I'm excited for it. And as you folks know, after this one concludes, the next up for Infinity and Beyond is going to be a Dragonlance campaign. So that's going to be fun too. But first, we have Eberron to finish up, and I've been really enjoying it quite a bit. So that, on the other hand, though, for me, chat, is going to be it for tonight. I have to rise up on out of here. But I think we are going to do a raid today. Let me just see what we've got. Let me see who we've got that's actually running things. Okay, there's that. There's that. There's that. Ah, yes, I know who we're going to go to. I know exactly what we're going to do. So, very simple. If you are not a sub, then you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed. Arvany Roar, Arvany Hype, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown. The Arvanauts have landed. All the Arvanys, when you are brought over automagically to the place that we are going to raid in just a minute. If you like what you saw and heard today, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out our YouTube. Thanks to everyone who was watching me over on the YouTube channel today. I appreciate that very much. Please do subscribe over at YouTube. It's free for you to do that, but really helps us out. Discord, !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Blue Sky, please follow me over there. !ArvSky. Website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. That's the merchandise area. !ArvTrayon. Trying to build that back up into triple digits. Please support us there. Subbing to the channel is always a great thing to do. You get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. And if you haven't already done so, please consider also supporting us on the publishing side. !To Icarus, that's my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And !Greyshade, that's my Greyshade IP, Greyshade Renegade and Heretic, the award-winning critically acclaimed trilogy from Athos Arts, written by yours truly. Also, you can get the audiobooks of Greyshade Renegade and Heretic. I mentioned those earlier tonight by our very own Trent Sparks at that link. And you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, which you heard by talking to Brandon O'Brien just now, from Brandon O'Brien, which is coming out soon. So you can pre-order that as well. Very excited for that game to get released, with that Greyshade also coming out from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help, and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message will do so for others in that situation in the future. Also, thanks as well, and love and support and prayers and thoughts to the wonderful people of Minnesota, and specifically Minneapolis, as they continue to fight against an illegal federal occupation. They're doing so with bravery and courage, and inspiring all of us as they do so every day. So they're going to win. They are winning. Keep it up. We are watching you, and thank you for continuing to fight the good fight. If you liked what you saw and heard, thank you for being here, and I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Prince Justin, Triffity Mats, The Rising Tides, best mods in the business. Thank you to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Prince Justin, Triffity Mats. Thank you to Nonstop, to Wispy Song, to Trendane, and thank you as well to my viewers. Thank you to Broken Angel, to Light and Passion, to Marie Bilodeau, to M. Boogers. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Ragin Kinthier, and thank you to the Nocturnal Scribe. Thanks everyone who stopped by today. And again, a special thanks tonight to my wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew of Tren, of Marie, of Brandon, of Jen, and of John. who are doing such a great job with this very high-level campaign. Please stick around for the raid. I will see you folks back here on Tuesday when I will be doing the game book illustration stream with my good friend Tari Tunes. Chat decides, she illustrates, and then I'll be over on GOG.com at 4 p.m. Eastern for Pen and Pixels, playing either more of Evoland 2 or more of another game, which I can't announce yet, but hopefully we'll be able to at that time. One of those two, we shall see. But otherwise, everyone have a lovely rest of your weekend and a first day of Monday, and I will see you folks on Tuesday. But otherwise, stick around for the raid, and thanks for being here. Much love. More Infinity and Beyond Eberron Oracle of War coming next weekend. See y'all soon. Everyone, please be good to each other, and have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seir, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War.